The Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
Hi, Mavs. Gusto na. Ang prayer na yan? Sige. The 37th session of the Senate, the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. We will be led in prayer today by our distinguished Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva.
Let's put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Heavenly Father, we come before you, humbling ourselves, knowing that indeed without you, we can do nothing. But if you are with us, no one and nothing, no circumstances here on earth can be against us. Today, as we open our session, we come to your throne and asking that you give us your treasury of wisdom from heaven and guide us as we do our duties and responsibilities as representatives of the people. We also thank you for guiding our youth and making their diligence pays off, like the 3,812 new lawyers, 25,761 new registered nurses, and 77,777 new professional teachers. We also would like to raise unto your throne our kababayans who are victims of the recent typhoons, earthquakes, accidents, and ongoing conflicts and wars around the world. We pray that you take good care of our kababayans, not only here in Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, but also in outside the country. We pray, Lord, that you guide us and help our leaders in making the right decisions and in taking care of our country and our people. We love you and praise you. We ask that you bless everything that we're going to do today as we carefully give back to you all the glory, all the honor, and the praise. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen and amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Please remain standing for the Philippine National Anthem.
Tayang magiliw, pelas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisihin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong magaw, may nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang tislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagiging, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Wala tayong budget para sa choir? Budget para sa choir? Sabi ko, wala na ba tayong budget para sa choir? Pag wala tayong choir, dapat membro makakakanta. Ako na rin kakanta. Si minorities there, na? Ayan. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 20 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, before we continue, may I just be allowed to acknowledge some guests from the gallery. We have with us our friends from the labor group, guests of Senator Ontiveros and this representation, the trade union leaders. They're all here. I will no longer read every single labor unions, but we have with us Dr. Annie Heron, Ian Mariano, Eva Arcos, Mr. Santiago Nola, Marie Schruter, Mr. Orlando Quesada, and Mr. Carlos Anunuevo. We also have with us, Mr. President, guests of Senator Jinggoy and Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Ms. Maricel Soriano, Mr. Dennis Padilla, Mr. Onyok Velasco, Miss Eric Nicolas, Attorney Joji Alonso, Mr. Ding Dong Dantes, and Ms. Iza Calzado. We welcome all of them in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, to all the guests that are here today. Welcome to your Senate.
We also have with us, Mr. President, Vice Mayor's League of Benguet, led by Mr. Roderick Awinga, guest of this representation.
Yes, welcome to the Senate.
Mr. President, at this juncture,
Maybe we can ask for a minute suspension to locate all our members. We're going to ratify
yes, Mr.
the measure. So,
may I ask for a minute
session
suspension, Mr.
suspended for
President?
1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move to consider on third reading proposed Senate Resolution number 877. This is the bill on the ratification of International Labor Organization Convention number 190. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on December 7, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule of the rules of the Senate. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 877 is hereby now in order. I'd like to request the Senate to read the title of the measure and proceed with the roll call vote.
Resolution concurring in the ratification of the International Labor Organization Convention number 190, or the Convention concerning the elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, PS Resolution number 877 is approved on third reading and the ILO Convention is hereby ratified. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I just be allowed to just insert into the records my explanation of vote, Mr. President. This is such a great day for our country and people, especially for the labor sector, Mr. President. Thank you very much, dear
indeed.
colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Indeed, congratulations to the whole labor sector. Congratulations.
Budget.
Yeah, session suspended for 1 minute.
As for order, Mr. President, ask our Sergeant at Arms to settle
Yes,
everyone.
we'll
in
just
this,
ask everyone to
August
settle
chamber.
down.
Thank you.
We have to approve several items for several bills from third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have a number of third readings, Mr. President. I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 1470. This is the bill on state universities and colleges land use, development, and the infrastructure plan, or the LUDIP Act. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on December 7, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title and proceed with the third reading vote.
An act strengthening the mechanism for land use development and infrastructure planning and budgeting for state universities and colleges, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11396, otherwise known as the SUC's Land Use Development and Infrastructure Plan, LUDIP Act. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 1470 is approved on third reading. Congratulations.
Congratulations,
To all persons
especially to Senator Chis Escudero. Mr. President, I move that we consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2441. This is the bill on Free College Entrance Examination Act. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on December 7, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title and proceed with the third reading vote.
An act mandating private higher education institutions to waive college entrance examination fees and charges of certain students qualified to apply for college admission. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 22 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2441 is approved on third reading. Congratulations once again to the sponsors.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This juncture, I move that we consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2455. This is the bill on Self-Reliant Defense Posture Revitalization Act. Printed copies of the measure were electronically distributed to the members on December 7, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved. Therefore, we proceed with the roll call vote. Ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
An act revitalizing and strengthening the self-reliant defense posture program and promoting the development of a national defense industry pursuant thereto and providing funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 20 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2455 is approved on third reading. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Mr. President. The gentleman from Davao and Bohol is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized. Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Yes, our distinguished colleague from Bohol and Davao, our Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, Today's approval of the measure on revitalizing the country's self-reliant defense posture is a testament of Marcos administration's commitment to protect every square inch of our country's territory. Our sovereignty and freedom would be best defended by us and us alone. While we welcome friendly nations to come to our rescue in times of international tensions and territorial conflicts, we should not always be dependent on our allies in furthering our national interest. The weapons we accept as donations or purchase from foreign nations, no doubt, may be of good service to our troops. However, Mr. President, our locally made defense products have proven to us that with adequate support from the government, Filipino-made products can also be world-class. More importantly, having our own reliable domestic supply of defense equipment gives us peace of mind that we are no longer dependent on the availability from foreign sources. Through the approval of this measure, we empower ourselves to craft our own defense weapons and further develop our defense industry. I assure everyone that the weapons that we will locally produce will no longer be mere equipment, but vessels that embody the Filipino nation. I commend and thank our colleague, the chairperson of the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, Senator Jingo Estrada, for prioritizing this timely and relevant measure. I also extend my utmost gratitude to the principal author of this measure, our Senate President, Senator Mig Subiri, for ensuring the swift passage of this measure. Mr. President, with the permission of the good sponsor, may I manifest my intention to be made as co-author of this proposed measure, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
It was this representation, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you very much.
Senator Jingo Estrada is
Jingo
also seeking
Estrada.
the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Mr.
Senator
President.
Jingo Estrada is recognized as sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to thank my colleagues for passing on third reading this very, very important measure. And also I would like to thank our Senate President for also helping me in defending this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, my dear sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2432. This is the bill on Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. Printed copies of the measure were electronically distributed to the members on December 7, 2023, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved. We ask the Secretary to read the title and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act defining the crimes of agricultural economic sabotage, prescribing penalties therefore, vesting jurisdiction over such offenses with the Court of Tax Appeals, providing mechanisms for its implementation and enforcement, repealing for the purpose Republic Act Number 10845 or the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 13 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 18 rather, 18 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, Senate Bill number 2432 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We congratulate our hard-working chairperson of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Senator Cynthia Villar.
Yes, congratulations to the sponsor.
Mr. President,
Congratulations.
Senator Bato de la Rosa and this representation would just like to insert into the records our explanation of vote, Mr. President.
Yes, we
Thank you,
take
Mr.
note.
President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 4844. This bill pertains to the creation of Barangay Gunhila-Halinan in Barobo, Surigao del Sur. Printed copies of the measure were electronically distributed to the members on December 7, 2023 in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title and proceed with the roll call vote.
Anak creating a barangay in the municipality of Barobo, province of Surigao del Sur, to be known as Barangay Ginhalinan. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 19 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 4844 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 5819. This is the bill dividing Barangay 176, also known as Barangay Bagong Silang in the city of Caloocan. Printed copies of the measure were electronically distributed to the members on December 7, 2023 in compliance with the 3-day rule of the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. We ask Secretary to read the title of the measure. Proceed with the roll call vote.
Anak dividing Barangay 176, also known as Barangay Bagong Silang in the city of Caloocan, into 6 separate and independent barangays to be known as Barangay 176A, Barangay 176B, Barangay 176C, Barangay 176D, Barangay 176E, and Barangay 176F. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 19 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 5819 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, Senator Cynthia Villar would like to insert into the records her explanation of votes and at the same time to be made the co-author of the measure, Mr. President.
Yes,
The measure that
we
we
take
discussed.
note of the
Yeah.
measure. And
Thank
I
you,
think-
Mr. President.
and
Mr.
if
President,
I read the title correctly, this
it is
bill, Bagong
dividing
Silang,
barangay.
I know the Barangay Bagong Silang is one of the biggest
Yes,
barangays in
yes.
the country.
Yes,
Sorry,
Mr. President.
it is the biggest barangay.
Yes, it is.
It's bigger than some of my towns in
Yes,
Bukidnon.
Mr.
So
President.
it's a good idea to have it split up into separate barangays.
Yes.
It
Thank you,
makes,
Mr. President.
the delivery of public service easier to the people.
Yes. Mr. President, our Deputy Minority Leader is also seeking the floor. May I move that she be recognized, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Yes, our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. I apologize. I stepped out for a few seconds to do something right outside the Senate Session Hall. Na-miss ko po yung third reading vote on Senate Bill number 2432. I just like to manifest my yes vote for the act defining the crimes of agricultural economic
I
sabotage.
know, I was looking for you, Madam.
Apo, salamat ka.
When I saw the list was 18, I was looking for those who were absent. I said, I know Ma'am Risa would have voted in favor of it, but I think you had to step out for something important. But
Salamat.
we put on the records of the Senate that if you had been here, you would voted in the affirmative.
So I may not
No, I'm sorry,
include that
ma'am.
in the number.
Voting is
All
already
right, I
done.
understand, but thank you for allowing me to make the manifestation of record. Salamat
Yes,
kayo,
yes.
Mr. President.
Thank you. When I started the vote, I was looking for you. I could no longer stop the voting. I knew you would have been in favor of the measure. So, but we take note of your position, and I know you're one of those who are one of our anti-smuggling advocates. So, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, we are in a receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing votes of House Bill number 8980. This is the bill pertaining to the 2024 General Appropriations Act. With the permission of the body, Mr. President, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Senate panel, the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Aurora, Senator Sani Angara, to give us the highlights of the conference committee report. So move, Mr. President.
The dashing, debonair, hardworking public servant par excellence who has not slept for about a week in the bicameral conference committee meetings, no other than Senator Sani Angara of the province of Aurora is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Unfortunately, we can no longer amend the budget pursuant to your very kind statements. But, Mr. President, these are some of the highlights of the Bicameral Conference Committee report. Ipinagtibay po ng Bicameral Conference ang pagdagdag sa Department of National Defense at sandatahang lakas ng Pilipinas sa pangunguna ng ating Senate President, no less than our Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri. At mananatili ang pagtaas sa budget ng Philippine Army, Navy at GHQ ng AFP, sinulong nila Senate President at kasama si Vice Chair De La Rosa at Tolentino. Ganito rin ang nangyari sa pinagdagdag sa Philippine Coast Guard pursuant to the Senate President's instructions at Vice Chair Senator Grace Poe. I note that we have also approved the Senate President's bill to strengthen our local defense industry. Congratulations po. Patuloy din ang suporta sa mga ahensyang nakatutok sa kapayapaan at kaayusan. Nagdadalamhati man tayo para sa mga nasawi noong pagbomba sa MSU Marawi. Tumitibay ang ating paninindigan na suportahan ang mga uniformed personnel, mga intelligence agencies at mga opisinang nagtatrabaho para sa kapayapaan at pagkakaisa nating mga Pilipino through the budget. At may dagdag po sa PNP, sa BFP, sa BJMP, sa DOJ, sa NBI, sa Philippine Coast Guard, sa NICA or National Intelligence Coordination Agency, National Security Council. Mananatili din ang pagtaas ng budget alinsunod sa mungkahin ni Deputy Minority Leader Ontiveros para sa Marawi Compensation Board, sa Marawi Compensation Fund. Bukod dito, mananatili ang mga realignments para sa Pamana Program at mga appropriations para umigting ang peace process sa pagitan ng gobyerno at ng iba't ibang grupo at ng mga kaakibat na normalization at amnesty initiatives nito. Mr. President, the Bicameral Conference has also affirmed support for efforts to enhance our self-reliance in agriculture, not only to raise the incomes of our farmers and fisher folk, but also to ensure food security. We have affirmed the funds for programs of the Department of Agriculture and attached agencies for rice, corn, livestock, high-value crops development, soil health, fisheries, agriculture research and development, and buffer stocking. Of course, education remains a top priority in our expenditure plan for 2024. Increases made to our education agencies support ongoing efforts to make educational opportunities more available and accessible. Specifically, the government assistance to implement the Senior High School Voucher Program, the Tulong Dunong Program, the Tulong Trabaho Fund, the Training for Work Scholarship Program, led by our Majority Leader, and the Special Training for Employment Program. Mr. President, we have also affirmed additional funds for our health sector through augmentations for the DOH budget for items such as the MAIP, or the Medical Assistance to Indigent and Financially Incapacitated Patients, the HFEP, or Health Facilities Enhancement Program, as well as funding support for specific interventions, including those for nutrition of specifically at-risk mothers, as recommended by the EDCOM 2, budgets for the purchase of drugs, medicines, and vaccines, and emergency benefits and allowances of healthcare and non-healthcare frontliners. Mananatili rin handa ang gobyerno na mag-abot ng tulong tuwing nangangailangan ang ating mga kababayan, Mr. President, with different forms of ayuda. Nandyan po ang Assistance to Individuals in Crisis Situations or AICS, ang Sustainable Livelihood Program or SLP, ang Cash for Work sa ilalim ng Kalahi Seeds, ang Supplementary Feeding Program, ang Social Pension for Indigent Senior Citizens, ang Tulong Panghanap Buhay sa ating Disadvantaged or Displaced Workers Program, at fuel subsidies sa ilalim po ng DOTR and DA. Mananatili din po ang mga pagtaas para sa iba't ibang proyekto ng DSUD at ng mga attached agencies nito, tulad ng suporta para sa 4PH o pabahay para sa pamilyang Pilipino, kasama ang paggawa ng inventaryo ng mga lupa na pwedeng gamitin sa housing, pagbuo ng Interagency Council para sa Pasig River Urban Development, at ang pondo para sa Integrated Disaster Shelter Assistance Program at sa Emergency Housing Assistance Program ng NHA or National Housing Authority. The 2024 budget shall devote significant funds for infrastructure, for greater mobility through roads, bridges, railways, and seaports. and funds for major programs of the DOTR for rail transport, land public transportation, aviation, and for asset preservation, network development, bridges, of the DPWH, as well as other convergence and special support programs for tourism and trade and other social infrastructure such as school buildings, hospitals, health centers, and the like, Your Honor. We have also retained appropriations for the construction, rehabilitation, and improvement of facilities for persons with disabilities and the elderly, including gender-responsive restrooms. We want to make good on the vision that under the current administration, the Philippines will indeed build better more. We have also retained a special provision on reimbursements for incurred travel expenses from Senator Chis Escudero, mandating the Bureau of Immigration to use its immigration fees and collections to reimburse passengers who were forced to spend on flights after being deferred, offloaded, or prevented from leaving the country without a valid court order. We also accepted a special provision under the Office for Transportation Security introduced by Vice Chair Grace Poe, which authorized the use of a special account for the purchase of body cameras to be worn by security screening officers as a safeguard against pilferage or illegal activities at the airport. The 2024 budget shall also cover for efforts to protect the environment and respond to climate change. Upon the suggestion of Vice Chair Cynthia Villar, we've retained increases to the DNR, which includes funds for the rehabilitation, protection, and development of protected areas, prioritizing legislated protected areas and significant augmentations made by the Senate President for new and improved marine stations. Napapaloob din sa pagpinagkasunduan ng budget ang mga hakbang para sa transition sa renewable energy sources na pinamunuan ni Vice Chair Win Gatchalian, mga special provisions hinggil sa offshore wind integration port para sa Philippine Energy Research and Policy Institute at para sa waste-to-energy component ng Renewable Energy Development Program. Tuloy-tuloy ang pondong makakatulong para lalong makapaghikayat ng mga investors at para lumawig palalo ang kakayahan ng ating mga SMEs, led by our DTI sponsor, Senator Mark Villar. Kaya tumaas po ang pondo para sa mga green lanes for strategic investments, sa shared services facilities, Philippine Creative Industries Development Act, para sa Export and Trade Promotion Program ng Center for International Trade Expositions and Missions or CITEM. Mr. President, innovation, science, and technology, research and development shall also remain key pillars of the government's efforts and priorities in our expenditure plans, with augmentations proposed by Vice Chair Francis Tolentino to the budgets of the DOST and other attached research institutions. The 2024 budget will also support the government's efforts for promoting the Philippines as a prime tourist destination and preserving our culture and heritage, led by Senator Nancy Binay, Vice Chair, and Senior Vice Chair, Senate Pro Temp Loren Legarda. Patuloy din po sa ilalim ng 2024 budget ang mga galaw para lalong mapalakas ang mga lokal na pamahalaan at maging mas desentralisado ang ating pamahalaan. Mananatili rin ang suporta sa 2024 budget para sa Department of Foreign Affairs o DFA at sa mga attached agencies at mga embahada at consulates general ng Pilipinas sa iba't ibang mga bansa. Alinsunod naman sa pangako ni President Bongbong Marcos na palalawigin ang suporta para sa ating mga atleta, may dagdag na budget para sa National Academy of Sports at sa Philippine Sports Commission led by Senior Vice Chair Cayetano and Vice Chair Bongo. Iilan lamang ito, Mr. President, sa mga pinagkasunduan ng inyong Bicameral Conference Committee hinggil sa pambansang budget for 2024. Inaasahan po natin na makakatulong ang budget na ito para maabot sa pangunguna ni Presidente Marcos ang bagong Pilipinas na pinapangarap ng bawat Pilipino. We are confident that this budget will provide certainty and hope during these uncertain times. Taos-puso po tayong nagpapasalamat sa lideratura ng Senado, kay Senate President Mig Zubiri, Senate President Pro Temp Loren Legarda, Majority Leader Joel Villanueva at Minority Leader Coco Pimentel. Gayon din po sa lideratura ng Kamara, kay Speaker Romualdez at Committee on Appropriations Chairperson Zaldico. At malalim ang ating pasasalamat sa mga staff ng mga senador, sa staff, at of course to our vice chairs, very hardworking, Senior Vice Chairs Cayetano, Amy Marcos, and Senate Pro Temp Legarda, and Vice Chairperson Cynthia Villar, Bato de la Rosa, Win Gatchalian, Bongo, Risa Ontiveros, Nancy Binay, Grace Poe, Francis Tolentino, Mark Villar, JV Ejercito, Njoy Ejercito Estrada, at mga kapwa-senador na sila Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, Francis Chis Escudero, Lito Lapid, Robin Hood Padilla, Ramon Bong Revilla Jr., at Rafi Tulfo. At nagpapasalamat din tayo sa LBRMO sa pangunguna ni Director General Irene Palanca. Natapos po ang budget ito dahil sa pagpupuyat at pagsisipag po nila. Naway makatulong ang budget na ito para maabot ang pinapangarap nating bagong Pilipinas. Buhay at maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Sani Angara. Mr. President, Senator Grace Poe would like to co-sponsor the measure, Mr. President. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, so distinguished colleague, Senator Grace Poe is recognized, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Finance.
Mr. President, I withdraw my motion, Mr. President. Instead, I move that we recognize our minority leader to ask questions, Mr. President, on the said bicameral conference committee report. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, a distinguished colleague, the Minority Floor Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III is recognized.
With the permission of our sponsor, Mr. President, for transparency's sake, Mr. President, so that our people and even SMNI will know the details of the budget, Mr. President.
And all news outlets.
Yes, all news outlets. Our people. Okay.
Yes, for the benefit of our brilliant minority leader and his favorite network.
Mr. President, may we know what happened to the level of the CIF, confidential and intelligence funds, Mr. President? If I remember correctly, at the NEP level, we started at 12 billion pesos, if I remember correctly. Now, what is now the level in the BICAM report, Mr. President?
It's the same as in the General Appropriations Bill that we got from the House, or the HGAB. It's 9.5 billion. We did not touch it, Your Honor.
9.5. So basically, what we get in the BICAM report is basically the GAB as far as the CIF is concerned, Mr. President, as to level and as to recipients, Mr. President.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Then, Mr. President, there are many reasons to vote in favor of the BICAM, but there are also, I think, some serious and grave concerns which we will have to raise, Mr. President, on the process of budgeting. I looked at the unprogrammed expenses, Mr. President. Unprogrammed appropriations, that's the correct term, Mr. President. And we are increasing it by, ito po is i-round off ko na lang po para mas madaling tandaan. We are increasing it by around 450 billion pesos. Ang original proposal po ng Presidente or ng Executive ay 281.9 billion pesos lamang sa NEP. And yet, ang ending po natin, 731.4 billion pesos, or an increase roughly of 450 billion pesos as a result of the bicameral conference meetings, Mr. President. May we know what happened, Mr. President? How come it's more than doubling? It's actually close to tripling the proposed unprogrammed appropriations by the executive, Mr. President.
Well, yes, the gentleman is correct as to the figure, and the reason is to carve out fiscal space in the programmed appropriations for other items that are proposed by our colleagues, both here and in the House, Your Honor.
So binaba po natin, meron from the, meaning to say, the amounts to the extent of 450 billion pesos were, gamitin ko na lang yung term, transferred or lowered from programmed appropriations to unprogrammed appropriations, Mr. President.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And what took their place, Mr. President?
Amendments to various departments, Your Honor, some of which we mentioned in our speech in support of the bicameral conference report, Your Honor.
And we needed to do this to create the fiscal space, even if we already decreased the MPBF by 36 billion, and we decreased the PGF. MPBF is Miscellaneous Personnel Benefits Fund. And then we also decreased the Pension and Gratuity Fund by 40.2 billion pesos, Mr. President. And in addition to those decreases, we had to transfer programmed appropriations to unprogrammed to create additional fiscal space, Mr. President.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so my concern, Mr. President, is pati pala PhilHealth. We also decreased the PhilHealth budget by 40 billion, Mr. President, among others, Mr. President. So
Yes, I just want to address that point about PhilHealth. PhilHealth is around 600 billion monies, Your Honor. So I don't think it will have an adverse effect, that decrease you mentioned, Your Honor. Just for the record.
Yes, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, siguro, we will just have to look at the details of the budget once these are properly and well disseminated already, Mr. President. Ako lang, ang concern ko lang po na rin-raise dito is itong budget practice po na lately nakikita ko po na ang nakakargahan po natin is the unprogrammed appropriations. Although I know that the explanation is this is just a standby appropriation, but as I have pointed out to my staff, my legislative staff, the Constitution does not distinguish when it says that Congress may not increase the appropriations proposed by the President for the operations of the government. More or less, ganun yung words. Appropriations po ang salita ron. Hindi naman hindi dinistinguish na programmed or unprogrammed appropriations. Because in reality, some unprogrammed appropriations are actually funded, Mr. President, and they become actual expenses of the government, Mr. So I'm just worried with this practice, Mr. President, kasi from 281.9 billion, ang ending 731.4 billion, definitely that was not envisioned by the executive branch, Mr. President. Proposal ng executive branch, 281.9 billion pesos an unprogrammed appropriation. So there was no way when the executive branch was designing and coming up with the budget, with the NEP, that they envisioned the ending na unprogrammed appropriations would be 731.4 billion pesos, Mr. President. So that's just a concern that I am raising, Mr. President, because I also observed this last year, actually, Mr. President. So
Yes, I understand the point of the distinguished minority leader, and I don't want to debate on him that. He's a much better lawyer than I am, Mr. President.
well, anyway, Mr. President, that's the, sabi natin, gray area, or at least ginagawa kong gray area, Mr. President. And then, isa pang practice po natin, isang practice din na napapansin ko is yung pagkatapos ng BICAM, ang laki ng increase ng budget ng House of Representatives, Mr. President, another increase of 12.5 billion pesos. Ganun rin last year ang nangyari. So, siguro, we have to improve our budgeting system, Mr. President, that if this is the actual need of the House, 28.6 billion pesos, sana from the very start, sa GAB pa lang, na-reflect na po yun, Mr. President, so that we are, when we discuss the budget amounts, yun na yung amount na nasa isip po natin, Mr. President. So just a suggestion that as much as possible to improve the transparency of our budget process, Mr. President.
Yes, I see the point of the gentleman, Mr. President, and perhaps they could take it up, or we could mention it to the DBM, because it's between the Congress and the DBM. Kasi meron daw budget ng 29 congressmen na hindi na isama daw dun sa budget ng House.
But this also happened last year, Mr. President. So
Yes,
sana we learn from past experiences. At any rate, Mr. President, so I'd like to thank our sponsor for responding to my questions, and so for being so patient and understanding with this representation, Mr. President. But siguro naman, I think we sufficiently examined the budget during its time here in the Senate, Mr. President. Although for next year, sana, if we could come up with a better scheduling process siguro if we can add one day, kasi ang nangyari naman sa atin ngayon, we extended into a Tuesday yata, and then we called off the session for that Tuesday. With better scheduling, Mr. President, we could have made it a more comfortable 9-session day schedule for the budget, Mr. President. So, hindi tayo nagra-rush, at saka hindi tayo pagod hindi tayo pagod when we ask questions at the end of the day, Mr. President, of the session day. So just a suggestion for next year, Mr. President. So once again, thank you to our sponsor, and congratulations, Mr. President.
Thank you
very much.
Thank
And
you
just-
very much to our brilliant Minority Leader, and we thank him. We were expecting a much lengthier interpellation, and thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. President, Senator Chis Escudero is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized for his manifestation, Mr. President.
Yes, I distinguished colleagues, Senator Chis Escudero.
Just a manifestation, Mr. President, Your Honor, as a footnote before we approve and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the 2024 national budget. Mr. President, at the end of 2022, with the 6 years of former President Duterte and the 6 months of PBBM, our debt stood at 13.6 trillion. In 2023, Mr. President, we borrowed 2.2 trillion. In 2024, we are slated to borrow 2.4 trillion. If we average off the borrowings for the next 4 years, Mr. President, halfway at 2.3 trillion per year. By the end of President Marcos's term in 2028, Mr. President, our debt, which stood at 13.6 trillion, will be 27.4 trillion pesos, Mr. President. That means if we are to maintain a 60% GDP to debt to GDP ratio, our GDP, Mr. President, should double by 2028. I hope we keep that in mind as we go through the next 4 years and approve the budget for the succeeding years as well, so that we have always at the back of our mind every possibility to increase our GDP, so not only for our debt to GDP ratio to remain at a manageable 60%, but also, Mr. President, Your Honor, in order to ensure that the quality of life for the Filipino will continue to improve as we continue on increasing our indebtedness as well. Thank you, Mr. President. I congratulate our distinguished Chairman of the Committee on Finance for his hard work and for all the members of the Senate's hard work in passing this budget.
Thank you very much, distinguished gentleman from Sorsogon and former chair of the committee. I think it's a very sound message, and hopefully our economic managers, the message will reach them, Mr. President. Yeah.
Mr. President, just a quick question regarding the manifestation of Senator Escudero.
Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, he cited figures from the time of former President Marcos till the present and the increase. I just want to know, what was the rate of inflation from that time until now?
It would vary, Mr. President, Your Honor, but it was not during the time of former President Marcos. To place it in proper perspective, when President Duterte assumed office in 2019, total debt incurred by the Philippines from Aguinaldo to Aquino was 6 trillion pesos, plus or minus. During the time of President Duterte, in the course of 6 years, given the pandemic as well, we incurred indebtedness of over 6 trillion pesos, making it a total of 13.6 trillion. Now, at an average of 2.3 trillion, we would be doubling it in the next 6 years by 2028. The inflation, Mr. President, if you look at the period beginning 2019 to the present, would be averaging between 4 to 6% per annum. To respond to the lady, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, so the increase in the budget actually doubled during the last administration, but will actually be the same rate in this coming years, given the increase that we incurred in this particular budget?
Well, Mr. President, Your Honor, the authorized spending that we will be approving in the next couple of minutes is not only what government actually spends. That's why we will be borrowing, not only to fund the projects in the GAA of 2024, but also to pay our existing debts, or at least the interest of our existing debts. So the authorization that we actually gave only covers the programs of the national government. It does not include debt payments, either principal and interest, because these are what we call off-budget items pursuant to the Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the clarity given by the former Finance Chair, Senator Escudero.
Thank you very much to the two colleagues of ours.
Yes,
and
Mr.
also,
President.
just before we, are we going to ratify for the?
I
we're
was
gonna
about to
ratify?
move, Mr. President.
May I just ask for the record, our sponsor, we have the Senate has no CIF, correct?
Wala
No
po, wala po.
confidential and intelligence funds.
None, Mr. President.
Zero.
Just the Senate President. No, I'm just kidding. No one has. No.
Zero.
Nobody.
For the record,
yes,
zero.
Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you. We just want to put that on record.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, I move that we approve and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing votes of the House Bill number 8980 and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed read into the records of the chamber. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, we'd like to recognize the minority floor.
I vote no, Mr. President.
Okay. So
But he's
everyone
not
else
objecting
is,
to the motion
yes.
that we
We
ratify.
take note of his manifestation, of his vote, and there being no objection to the motion of the majority floor leader, the, where is that bill? The Bicameral Conference Committee ratifying both House and Senate versions of the budget is hereby approved and ratified.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. May I move that we recognize the distinguished lady from Pangasinan and Iloilo, Senator Grace Poe. I so move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from Pangasinan and Iloilo in the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Grace Poe, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to say that I support the budget that was recently just passed, but I commend the members of the Bicameral Conference Committee for their hard work on our 2024 budget. Ilang buwan din itong pinagpuyatan. Especially thanks and recognize the competence and fairness of our Finance Chair, Senator Angara. But I would like to make a manifestation on a particular provision that was under my committee to defend, which is the budget of the Department of Transportation. Matatandaang sinuportahan natin dito sa Senado ang zero budget na isinusulong ng ehekutibo para sa PUV modernization. Kasundo natin ang kasalukuyang administration na kagustuhan na suriin muna ang programa ng nananatiling hitik sa issue at problema. Pinangakuan tayo na aaralin muli ang programa bago ang anupamang deadline ngayong Disyembre. Ngunit tulad pa rin ng nakalipas na 6 na taon, puro pangakong napapako lang ang natatanggap natin dito sa Senado. Kaya naman nakakaalarma na makitang hindi naaprubahan ang mga sinusulong nating proteksyon para sa mga drivers sa pondo ng PUV Modernization Program. Para sa 2024, 1.6 billion ang inilaan ng PUV MP na hindi lang kulang sa plano ay makakaagrabyado pa sa higit na 300,000 nating super. 300,000. Una, pinangakuan tayo ng DOTR ng route plans. 2018 pa rin nating pinupondahan ang paggawa ng ruta pero hanggang ngayon ay 9.5% o 155 lang ng 1,575 LGUs ang aprobado. Bakit maraming deadline at requirements sa driver samantalang ang deadline ng DOTR at LTFRB para sa ruta nila ay hindi naman natutupad? Ngayong nangako na naman sila ng may aprobadong ruta para sa kalahati ng bansa sa June 2024. Pero dahil wala ang probisyong ito sa budget, malamang ay aasa na naman tayo sa wala. Pangalawa, pinangako rin sa atin na hindi daw phase out ang consolidation. Itinatago lagi ang motibo sa mga technical terms, pero hindi pa ganon na ang epekto ng deadline, ang mga hindi pa nakakapag-consolidate, matatanggalan ng ruta. Walang ruta, walang prangkisa, walang kabuhayan. Kanino mapupunta ang mga ruta? Baka naman sa mga bagong korporasyon, hindi natin alam kung nagmula nga sa hanay ng mga driver. Pinagsasamantalahan ng mga driver na kapit sa patalim na dahil sa kawalan ng assistance mula sa gobyerno. Itinutuloy pa rin ng DOTR ang consolidation deadline ngayong December 31 kahit mahigit 40% sa mga drivers ang maapektuhan. Hindi mo naman masisisi, mga tsuper, na takot sumali sa kooperatiba dahil ang laki ng pondong kailangan tapos wala pang training ang DOTR sa pag-manage ng pera at PUV units. Pangatlo, kasunod agad sa consolidation deadline ang sapilitang modernization. Ngayon, ako ay suportado ko ang modernization. Pero dapat naman may sapat na pondong ibibigay ang gobyerno. Paano sila makakabili ng mga bagong jeepney na modernized kung napakaliit ang subsidiya na ibibigay at mga imported ang mga bibilin na hindi natin alam kung kalidad ba talaga ito dahil sapilitang pinipilit sa kanila na bilhin ang modernized jeep. Nasaan ang suporta para sa mga rehabilitation ng jeep na papasa naman sa emission standards pero di hamak na mas mura? Kailangan pa gagawin ng DOTR ang mga pangakong programa para sa local manufacturers at assemblers kung kailan baon na sa utang ang mga driver at kooperatiba? Nasaan ang gobyerno sa modernization? Ang lakas ng loob ng DOTR mag-deadline, wala namang maitulong. Ang 210,000 pesos na subsidy ay 8.4% lang sa 2.5 million na presyo kada modern unit. 63 billion na agad ang kakailanganin para sa subsidies pa lang sa 300,000 na jeeps. Sumatotal, 750 billion ang kailangang pondo para mapautang sa minamadaling modernization. Kaya naman, hindi na rin natin masisisi ang mga driver na nagtitigil pasada. Pero sana wag nga. Kaya lang, yung gobyerno dapat talaga ay bigyan naman sila ng mas malaking suporta. Sa hulit-huli sa mga commuter din, mapapasa ang bigat ng modernization. Kahit naaawa sila sa mga pasahero, patuloy na magpepetisyon ang mga driver sa taasan ng pasahe para mabayaran ang kanilang utang. Reasonable naman ang panawagan natin para sa masusing pag-aaral at reforma ng PUV modernization bago mapataw ang deadline ng DOTR. I call on my colleagues to help us prioritize the enactment of the Just and Humane PUV Modernization Act. And I would like to stress that the body, together with our chairman, supported the principles that we are fighting for the PUV modernization, na kung bibigyan man ng pondo ang modernization, dapat may mga benchmarks of deliverables bago ito ma-release. Muli, kung ang kasabay ng modernization ay mawawala ng kabuhayan ang mga libo-libo nating driver at operator, talaga bang matatawag natin itong kaunlaran? Lalo na ngayong magpapasko, huwag nating pabayaan ang ating mga super at operator at ang ating mga pasahero. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Mr. President, Senator Pia Cayetano is also seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Pia Cayetano, distinguished colleague, is recognized.
Mr. President, just a few points I'd like to raise. I fully support our chairperson and the difficult decisions he had to make. So I will just throw in my greetings for the chairman's hard work. I know very well that he defended to the best of his ability until the last minute some amendments that we would have wanted to be seen, especially in the education sector, along with our chairman of the Committee on Basic Education. This really would be the budget that we would have wanted to be included to ensure, well, not ensure, but to support our goal of improving the education system, Mr. President. Won't go into details, but I know for a fact that our chairman worked really hard to try to secure that budget. And now, just a few quick reactions, Mr. President. Maybe at a later time, when I get to see the final version in all its details, of course, we are happy that there is a provision in the GAA every year now on sustainable development being incorporated in every project that is funded. But as they say, the devil is in the details. And one of the devils that we see now is precisely in the area that our colleague, Senator Grace Poe, pointed out. Transportation has a very big potential in changing lives from unsustainable modes of transportation to sustainable. And the modernization that Her Honor Senator Grace is pointing out is an extremely important component in our journey towards sustainability, Mr. President. I don't have to show videos para ma-envision nyo po ang tambutsyong itim na naglalabas ng usok na itim sa mga kalye natin. I don't need to show you the numbers because many of you in the hall and our staff and those watching have children who suffer from pulmonary conditions which are caused by unsafe environmental standards, particularly the lack of clean air. So lahat ito affected by this modernization program, and unless we really have the political will to ensure that the budget necessary to help the jeepney drivers transition to more modern and sustainable models, ito po yung, and I'd like to put on record that this is not simply shifting to an e-vehicle type. Time and again, pag lumalabas itong topic ng e-jeeps, I always say, preserve Filipino culture. Paggawaan nyo yan dun sa mga jeepney operators and manufacturers na matatagal na dito sa Pilipinas. There are industries that are dying or have died because slowly namatay ang jeepney industry. And it is natural for this, parang natural selection din yan in the industry sector. Parang survival of the fittest din yan. Kung hindi magaganda ang model, kung mas efficient ang train, then so be it. Mabubuhay ang train, mamamatay ang jeep. Pero kung bubuhayin din lang natin ang mga jeepney, then it might as well be not by importing jeeps, but by supporting the local industry and then preserving, and we have with us artists, no, our professionals from the creative industry who will attest that, well, their lives are all about bringing color and meaning and enhancing the experience of being a Filipino and welcoming foreigners to our country in every aspect of life. It could be watching a show where they're performing, or it could be riding a jeepney and seeing the colorful history of the Philippines drawn on the actual jeep. And then makikita ko ngayon, wala na, ano na lang, stainless steel. And then worse, mag-i-import tayo ng vehicles na wala na, hindi na nga made in the Philippines, wala pang input ng ating mga creatives, the way we grew up with the jeepney. So I just want to fully support the manifestation and concern of Senator Po as one of the examples that I am fighting for sustainability in the country. I also just want to point out that this is very much the modernization program is very much a part of and will contribute to SDG 11, which is Sustainable Cities and Communities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Yes, Senator Grace Poe.
Yes, I would just like to thank our Senator from Taguig and Pateros for her support on my manifestation. Since we have members of the creative industry here, and she mentioned about our traditional jeepneys, pag sinabi naman modernization, it's more on the function and the mechanization of the jeep, how it's actually runs, that there's zero emission or lower emission. Hindi naman kailangan palitan ng body, di ba? Well, they're saying because it's difficult to go in, hindi ka daw makatayo sa loob. But, you know, I think part of it is also our culture, the design of the jeep. They could probably change a few things, but ngayon yung mga kapalit, wala man lang personality. Pero sige, para unahin na muna natin syempre yung kapakanan ng mga drivers. There are a lot of other concerns, but definitely our culture should be preserved. And art also, art is really an important part of our daily lives, di ba? It enriches our experience, and it also strengthens our identity. So that's it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And just for the record also, Thailand still uses tuk-tuks. And everybody in the world knows what a tuk-tuk is from Thailand. So it's a cultural identity that they still preserve to this day. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we leave the topic, Mr. President, I would just like to put into the records of the Chamber my full support and agreement with the Senators Po and Cayetano. I am from Bulacan, Mr. President. We are very sentimental when it comes to our heritage, Mr. President, and indeed, we have to take good care of it. But Today, Mr. President, the man of the hour is our chairperson who worked very hard, Senator Sani Angara, and we'd like to commend the hardworking chairperson of the Senate Committee on Finance for his hard work in ensuring that the budget, Mr. President, I think is very important. We were able to pass the budget on time, Mr. President. On time po tayo. And I'm a living testimony of how our chairperson, Senator Angara, worked very hard, Mr. President, because he is my basketball buddy. I couldn't exercise for the past 2 weeks, Mr. President. We especially would like to thank him for making sure that our budget, Mr. President, continues to reflect our aspirations in the coming year. Particularly, Mr. President, the budget of agriculture is meant to boost domestic production and harness the potential of our agricultural sector for the economic development. If you look at the budget of the education sector, all education agencies from TESDA, DepEd, and CHED are increased, including the PGH and other medical SUCs, our medical state universities and colleges, which this representation and Senator Pia had been working on. Mr. President, almost 30 billion yung increase po niyan. Consistent with the intergenerational principle enshrined in the Constitution, the budget of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources reflect our focus to address climate change and protect our biodiversity, which is very close to the heart of our Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Lauren Legarda, and to ensure that our healthcare system will not suffer the same stress as what we have experienced in the height of COVID-19 pandemic. The budget for DOH was increased to fund additional facilities and provide additional assistance to indigent patients. 2.5 billion pesos po yung increase niyan, Mr. President. And to further boost domestic production and make Philippine products world-class, the budget of DTI was increased by about 686 million, Mr. President. In-increase din po yung funding of various important programs such as Tatak Pinoy Act, the Creative Industries Law, among others, Mr. President. But last but not the least, Mr. President, I'd like to stress and put into the records of this chamber our sincerest thanks to our chairperson and the Senate panel for ensuring that our landmark legislation such as Tulong Trabaho Law, Trabaho para sa Bayan Law, will be fully implemented next year. So muli, Mr. President, congratulations to our sponsor and the Senate panel. Thank you to you, Mr. President, our Senate President, Mig Subiri, and may God bless the entire Senate. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you very much, Majority Leader. Our sentiments exactly. Thank you to the sponsor, Senator Angara, as I mentioned, for his hard work and dedication, and also fighting for the interest of the Senate in the Bicameral Conference Committee. Thank you.
With that, Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension.
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Consideration of Senate Bill number 2505 under Committee Report number 175. This pertains to the Eddie Garcia bill. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, and to interpellate this representation.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is recognized, the sponsor of the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the gentleman from San Juan yield to some clarificatory questions, Mr. President.
Gladly, Mr. President.
Mr. President, at the onset, may I just place on the record that this representation is in full support of any measure that would protect the interest of our workers, especially if it is in the movie and television industry. I have had so many friends asking this representation to help them out, ensuring that they would be protected in any way we can, in as far as, for example, occupational safety and health standards. We passed a measure in 2018, Republic Act number 11058, which is the occupational safety and health standards. This representation authored and sponsored and defended the measure here in this august chamber. And that is why, with the heavy heart, Mr. President, I would like to spread into the records that after the DOLE advisory, labor advisory number 4, after Republic Act number 11058 was signed into law, the horrible incident that concerns our good friend, my idol, Tito Eddie Garcia, experienced this horrible accident, Mr. President. So at the onset, Mr. President, again, let me state for the record that in any way we can, we wanted to support any measure that would support the interests of our workers, especially in the movie and television industry. Now, Mr. President, pursuant to the mandate of safeguarding the workers' physical safety and health, the Department of Labor and Employment issued several guidelines concerning occupational safety and health standards. In fact, Mr. President, even before the Oslo was passed into law, there's this Labor Advisory number 4 on the working conditions in the movie television industry, which was issued in 2016. Now, this issuance, Mr. President, enumerates the working conditions that must be observed in the industry, including the hours of work, the waiting time, occupational health and occupational safety, transportation, accommodation, minimum benefits, and social welfare benefits. As this representation was then the Labor Committee chairperson in the 18th Congress, we were able to further, Mr. President, and strengthen the compliance with the OSH standards upon the passage of RA number 11058. And this was in 2018, which aims, and I'd like to put on record, its objective, Mr. President, is to provide a safe and healthy workplace by enumerating the duties of the employers, enumerating the duties of the workers, and providing for penalties for violations thereon. The law also provides the creation, Mr. President, the creation of the Intergovernment Coordination and Cooperation Committee. Now, Mr. President, my first question would be in line with this creation of the Joint Memorandum Circular number 1. Because I remember, Mr. President, in 2020, this was created, and every single time we have a hearing here in the Senate, this representation would ask questions about this particular issue. So perhaps, Mr. President, if we can also just put into the records the enumeration of the significant achievements, Mr. President, of the Joint Memorandum Circular number 1, since it has been 6 years, Mr. President. 6 years ago, na ma-ensure po natin yung compliance ng OSH standards, imposing penalties ng violations, etc.
Yes, accomplishment sa OSH. Mr. President, let me confer first with the representatives of the Department of Labor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Where's the presiding officer? Ask for a 1-minute suspension.
Session suspended for a minute.
Department of Labor and Employment, they are willing to submit to the office of the Majority Leader all the necessary documents that the Majority Leader needs.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am not in a hurry, but let me just state for the record, Mr. President, that considering that this representation fully support the initiatives being pushed by our colleagues here in the Senate, particularly our distinguished sponsor, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I can see here Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I can see here Senator Bong Revilla. I don't see Senator Lapid, but I'm sure he's also pushing for this measure. But kidding aside, Mr. President, the only reason why I'm standing here before you, Mr. President, is that we have a law, an existing law, that's supposed to be implemented. But unfortunately, Mr. President, despite the passage of the occupational safety and health standards, this horrible thing happened to our dear friend. And so again,
so if this
is also an appeal to the executives, because even if we pass so many laws here in this August chamber and nothing would happen or the compliance will be half-baked, Mr. President, then inutil yung bawat batas na ipapasa natin dito. Would you agree with me?
Yes,
Mr.
I agree with the Majority Floor Leader. If this was implemented properly, I don't think that the accident that happened to our idol, Mr. Eddie Garcia, would not have happened. So, siguro there was a lack of implementation on the part of the department, Mr. President.
Mr. President, let me also state for the record that this representation had been advocating, had been proposing amendments every single year, Mr. President, to put in more funds. I remember putting 200 million for additional inspectors. I remember putting a lump sum of money, Mr. President, for DOLE so that they will be able to help out in implementing the occupational safety and health standards. So perhaps, Mr. President, my next question would be, why would we be needing to pass such a law, which I believe is very important, when there is already an OSH law that we could not even implement 100%, Mr. President?
Thank you for that question, Mr. President. I would like to enlighten the Majority Leader that the movie industry is a peculiar industry, or is a unique industry. That is why this piece of legislation, it provides a holistic approach to protect the rights of the rights and welfare of the workers in the television and the movie industry. And among its relevant provisions are the work hours, Mr. President, the wages, the social security and welfare benefits, and insurance and other standards, Mr. President. And, Mr. President, the OSH law that you sponsored during the 17th Congress, when I was not yet present in this August chamber, is an integral part of this measure, as provided in Section 15. I would like to invite the attention of my colleague, Senator Joel, Section 15, page 6, specifically mentioning the requirement for employers to strictly comply with the provisions of Republic Act number 11058, or an act strengthening the compliance with occupational safety and health standards and providing penalties for violations thereof. We understand that the Department of Labor and Employment does not have enough number of labor inspectors to monitor the compliance of the law. However, I believe that the department is exerting all their best efforts to properly implement the provisions of this particular law, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, and again, let me state for the record that this representation was the one who increased the number of labor inspectors, Mr. President, and the records of this August chamber can bail me out, Mr. President. I remember from 700 inspectors, we increased the number of labor inspectors to 1,200, Mr. President. I just don't know the current number right now, Mr. President. Again, Mr. President, let me also state for the record that if you look at OSH law, there is a provision that states that the Department of Labor and Employment would have determined these emerging industries, that the distinguished gentleman from San Juan is talking about, because there are definitely peculiar industries. For example, Mr. President, the call center industry, Mr. President. Alam natin na peculiar yung industry nila, baligtad yung oras nila, may mga shiftings din sila, and it is for the department to look into these industries and come up with a standards, Mr. President. In fact, Mr. President, even during budget deliberations, this representation would ask the DOLE to make sure that our workers working in the call center industry would be able to get a good access, Mr. President, at least access to public utility vehicles, our MRTs, etc., Mr. President. Mr. President, let me just read and state for the record, for the enlightenment of the body, the OSH Law, Section 25. OSH Law passed in 2018, Mr. President. And again, I still feel bad, Mr. President, that indeed the gentleman from San Juan is right and correct in stating that if this particular law has been implemented properly, hindi yung nangyari sa ating kaibigan, ang minamahal nating Eddie Garcia, yung nangyari. In Section 25 of the OSH Law, it states, Mr. President, standard-setting power of the Secretary of Labor and Employment. The Secretary of Labor and Employment shall, in consultation with other concerned government agencies and relevant stakeholders, by appropriate orders, set and enforce mandatory OSH standards to eliminate or reduce occupational safety and health hazards depending on the number of employees of the establishment, the nature of its business operations, and the risk or hazard involved. So, Mr. President, I am, again, putting into the records of this August chamber that I am supporting this measure so that we'll be able to customize, laser-focus the efforts of the government in protecting our workers. Imagine, Mr. President, some of my friends in the movie and the television industry would tell me that they would work sometimes, Mr. President, 3-4 days straight they would have to drink Red Bull or Lipovitan all the time just to cope up with the needs or the requirements of the producers, Mr. President. So, hindi na ho talaga healthy yun. No? That's why I'm supporting this, Mr. President. But at the same time, we have to make sure that our executive department, the implementers of our law, would be ready, Mr. President. So, my next question, Mr. President, upon the review of the JMC, the Joint Memorandum Circular Number 1, considering that it prescribes that a review should be done every 3 years, Mr. President. At the minimum, has there been any dialogue, collaboration among industry stakeholders? Yung mga nakikita po natin na present here today, were they consulted? Meron na po bang nagawa? Ito po ba na pagsusulong nitong Oslo sa movie and television industry ay bunga ng pag-uusap ng ating Department of Labor and Employment at ng industriya, Mr. President?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. According to the representatives of the DOLE, they had already made consultations with other sectors like the agriculture sector, the fisheries, fishing, and BPOs. What else? Hotels.
But
And they
perhaps,
haven't
Mr.
made
President-
any consultations
Perhaps,
yet.
Mr. President, let's focus on the movie and television industry.
Unfortunately,
Is this-
unfortunately, Mr. President, they haven't made any consultations yet with the leaders or representatives of the movie industry. Am I correct?
Mr. President, other than the Oslo that I just mentioned, Mr. President, the Joint Memorandum Circular Number 1, Section 14, states, and let me quote, periodic review. The DOLE and FDCP, in consultation with trade unions, industry guilds, labor organizations, and productions representatives, shall conduct a periodic review of this JMC. Revisions can be made by the group based on newly issued policies, based on technological advancement and changes made in the occupational safety and health standards. And at a minimum, Mr. President, the review shall be done every 3 years, but it could be done more frequently as the need arises. Mr. President, I'm sharing this, Mr. President, because we don't want to lose another Eddie Garcia.
I agree, Mr. President.
And even without the passage of this law, and while we are still waiting for the passage of this law, the government agency should be proactive, Mr. President, not passive, Mr. President. So I just want to put that on record, and perhaps if the JMC or our friends from the Department of Labor and Employment can give us a report on this particular issue, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. The representatives of from the department has already assured me that they are going to hold more consultations with the members or the leaders of the movie industry. Not only the movie industry, but the other industries concerned, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I don't want to belabor the time of the gentleman from San Juan, considering that we both agree that occupational safety and health standards covers entirely the entire workforce of the country, specifically those who are in peculiar industries such as the movie and television industry. Mr. President, may we ask what were the changes or enhancements made to existing Oslo, existing protocols, existing regulations within the industry? Let's just talk about the industry, Mr. President. After the unfortunate accident that happened to our good friend, our idol, veteran actor Eddie Garcia in 2019.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, we have increased the working hours from 8 hours to maximum of 14 hours, Mr. President, exclusive of meals and the ingress and egress.
Mr. President, can you repeat that, Mr. President? It was decreased from...
Increased
Increased the hours?
from 8 hours to a maximum of 14 hours per day.
Of 14 hours. Oh, that's in the bill, Mr. President.
Yes.
But not in the JMC
No,
number
no.
one.
I do not have any copy.
Because I'm asking, Mr. President, the accomplishment of this committee, Mr. President. Again, Mr. President, I'm just pointing out for the interest of people watching us, listening to us, we wanted to make sure that every law that we pass here is being implemented properly. Because kahit anong ganda ng batas na ipapasa natin kung hindi rin pala titignan. Can you imagine, Mr. President, after the incident happened until now, walang coordination with the film industry, the television industry, ang ating supposed to be state regulator, Mr. President, that would protect the interest, the best interest of our workers, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm just trying to browse the JMC, Mr. President. Turnaround time,
Perhaps, Mr. President, like
waiting time.
after the incident happened, the DOLE would have or would make sure that there's a trained safety officer on site to determine the hazards and safety of each location. Is that perhaps a
President.
common sense knee-jerk reaction to what had happened to our good friend Eddie Garcia?
According to this is the first time that I'm reading this JMC, the Joint Memorandum Circular number 001 of the Department of Labor and the FDCP. And in section 4.1.2, the hours of work. According to the JMC, the normal hours of work of an audiovisual production worker shall be at a minimum of 8 hours and which shall not exceed 16 hours a day. Intermittent or continuous meal periods are excluded.
Exactly,
now,
Mr.
in my
President.
bill, in the bill that is on hand, we decreased it to 14 hours.
Exactly, Mr. President. That's my point.
Yes.
Imagine the JMC amendment in the Labor Advisory number 4, they were saying any Tom, Dick, or Harry can actually work with a maximum of 16 hours. 16 hours, Mr. President?
Well, that might not sit well with other representatives of the movie industry. 14 hours is quite reasonable, Mr. President. Because if you peg it at 16 hours, pag uuwi ka pa, travel time mo pa pag uwi, kung location pa yung ang panggagalingan mo, halimbawa sa Batangas pa yung location mo, nakatira sa Metro Manila, 2 oras yon, ilang oras na lang ang tulog mo.
Kaya hindi na ako mag-aartista talaga, Mr. President. Biro lang po, Mr. President. But Mr. President, considering that we're talking about workplace safety protocols, etc., Mr. President, there were questions on the definition of a workplace. Yung workplace definition. Since, Mr. President, as you mentioned, the industry is a peculiar
unique
industry.
industry, Mr. President.
Since the nature of the work, Mr. President, is not confined in one building. Am I correct, Mr.
Correct.
President?
You are correct, Mr.
What
President.
would be the workplace definition for this particular industry, Mr. President?
Saan dito? Well, it's a JMC. In the GMC, workplace refers to any set or location where workers need to be present or to go to by reason of their work, and which are under the direct or indirect control of the producer. It is where the audiovisual content is produced. It can be an actual setting or a studio shoot, soundstage, sets, backlot, etc. And if you compare it to to the bill on hand, Mr. President, we define it as workplace refers to any location under the direct or indirect control of the employer or principal where the movie and television content is produced and where workers need to be present or to go to by reason of their work, Mr. President.
Okay. Is that the same definition as the law that we pass in the occupational safety and health standards? Because again, it's a peculiar industry and we cannot have a universal definition. Is that correct, Your Honor?
It is almost the same, Mr. President. What's OSA? As a occupational? Ito po yung sa Oslo. Generic siya, sir. Well, under the Oslo, Mr. President, if I may define the workplace under the Oslo, workplace refers to any site or location where workers need to be or to go to by reason of their work and which are under the direct or indirect control of the employer. It sounds quite generic, Mr. President.
Yes, because it covers a
The
universal definition, Mr. President.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President, for that. Again, just to lay the foundation that indeed the Oslo covers everything. And if you look at the law that we pass here in the Senate, it is supposed to empower our regulators, our state regulators, to ensure the safety of our workers. Mr. President, I don't want to belabor the time of our colleagues, especially the gentleman from San Juan. I just have one more issue that I'd like to raise, Mr. President, before I close the period of interpellation. Mr. President, may we know what is the whole universe of establishments in the film and the TV industry, Mr. President? The whole universe. On the average, perhaps, Mr. President, how many establishments can be inspected by DOLE in the film and TV industry in a year? Because I would ask that question kasi nga, Mr. President, if the law has been implemented properly, hindi ko siguro nangyari to. I was looking at, I have a lot of data here, Mr. President. For example, Mr. President, I'm looking at the series of accidents and events that happened, Mr. President. Marami sa iba't ibang industriya, Mr. President. Pero sa entertainment industry, ang talagang na-report lang na fatal incident ay yung nangyari po kay Sir Eddie Garcia. No? But if you look at fatal incidents, across the industries, meron po akong listahan dito. I'm not sure if this is correct. There are 94 fatal incidents across industries, Mr. President. So, ang gusto natin...
May I know what was the duration of the fatal injuries?
This is the latest report given by DOLE. I think this is just for this year, Mr. President.
94 for all industries, not only the movie industry.
Yes, 94 all industries.
Okay.
And that is why I'm trying to laser focus in the movie and television industry.
May I know how many...
It's 94, Mr. President.
Fatal injuries with regard to the movie industry?
There's only one reported, as
only
mentioned
the Eddie
earlier,
Garcia bill.
the Eddie Garcia incident, Mr. President.
Okay.
And that's why
the Eddie Garcia incident,
and that is the reason why I am pursuing this question, Mr. President, to find out how can we make the implementers of the law effective, Mr. President. Otherwise, we will be passing laws again and they would say, oh, we don't have inspectors. Oh, we don't have enough capability to actually implement such law. Because after this law, Mr. President, if this bill becomes a law, Mr. President, which I am supporting, I am sure the Security Guards Association of the Philippines will ask Senate or Congress to pass a law basically protecting their basic rights. The call center agencies, Mr. President, would do the same thing. But again, the executive, the implementers of the law are not ready. In fact, I will ask this question. With regards to the compliance of the Department of Labor and Employment, what is the compliance of the DOLE with regard to the implementation of the occupational safety and health standards?
Unfortunately, there is a low compliance, Mr. President. That is what they told me. That's quite unfortunate, Mr. President, that there is a low compliance of the Oslo, Mr. President.
Well, perhaps, Mr. President, just to I'm trying to finish or wrap up my interpellation, Mr. President. I would just like to find out from our friends in the department the average, how many establishments can be inspected by DOLE in the film and TV industry in a year, Mr. President? Ano po ba yung common violations?
Okay.
Common violations of non-compliant establishments in the said sector. Para maintindihan po natin gusto so that we'll be able to come up with a concrete solutions in ensuring that with this law, we will be able to address the problem.
Okay, Mr. President, I have here the figures that that is being shown to me by the representatives of the DOLE. From January to October of 2023 of this year, they have covered 23 establishments. 3 were non-compliant. What's this GLS?
What is the universe there, Mr. President? They were able to cover 23, you mentioned, Mr.
Yes,
President.
a
What is the
total of-
universe? How many establishments are there, Mr. President? And they were able to cover only 23 establishments for 2022.
Mr. President, the 23 that they covered were only for the movie and television industry, Mr. President.
Yes. We're only talking about the industry. I'm not talking about the whole pie. We're only talking about the movie and television industry. And that's why I feel, Mr. President, that this is important because as mentioned by the distinguished sponsor, there are only 23 establishments covered by the regulators, Mr. President. 23 out of what? If I'm not mistaken, I have here with me a raw data, Mr. President. The universe is 86, Mr. President. 86 yung establishment. Ang na-cover in a year is only 23. A difference of 63, Mr. President.
You were mentioning, Mr. President, last year, no?
Yeah, 2022,
The establishments that they
Mr.
covered,
President, to 23.
they covered 86, no? In the year 2022. And as compared, as we speak, they have only covered right now 23. Out of, you were asking, out of how many? Out of 400 plus, Mr. President.
Wow. Exactly, Mr. President.
Huh?
That's actually my point. I think my point is very clear, Mr. President. If we are to pass a law such as this law, which I believe is also important, what do we need to ensure that this will be implemented?
May I just expound on the 461 establishments that I just mentioned, Mr. President? These establishments, Mr. President, this is in the creative and the arts industry. Ano pa? Advertising, specialized design activities, photographic activities, motion picture, video and television program production, sound recording and music publishing activities, and the programming and broadcasting activities, Mr. President.
Mr. President, as much as I wanted to stop asking questions, Mr. President, we are here to the bottom line of this deliberation right now, Mr. President, is to protect our workers. Mr. President, in this particular industry, right now, currently, how many workers were inspected? How many workers were covered by the inspection of the Department of Labor and Employment?
Last year, Mr. President, 2022, they have covered 4,223. And as we speak for this year, they have covered 678, Mr. President.
678?
Yes, Mr. President.
For this year, only 678?
From January to October, Mr. President.
Okay, that's 678, Mr. President. And the denominator there, Mr. President, is?
Ilan? Ilan yung denominator? We do not have any record, Mr. President.
That's exactly my point, Mr. President. I would end my interpellation there, Mr. President, and again put and state into the record of this august chamber that I am in full support of protecting our workers, especially our workers in the movie and television industry. And unfortunately, Mr. President, despite the fact that this horrible, terrible accident happened to our good friend, to our idol, our national treasure, I would call him our national treasure, Eddie Garcia, we are still not ready, Mr. President. We are still not ready. We are still far away from complying with the occupational safety and health standards, and here we are. We wanted to pass another law, not just to honor our good friend, but to ensure that our workers in the movie and television industry are protected. But I think we have to do more, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Would like to thank my colleague, the Majority Leader, for wholeheartedly supporting supporting this particular measure, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Grace Poe is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Grace Poe, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hindi mapapagkaila na malapit talaga sa puso ko ang industriyang ito. Ito po ang industriya na nagtaguyod sa akin, sa aming pamilya. At nakita ko rin po at saksi ako sa mga naging hamon. Hindi lamang sa mga artista, kundi rin sa mga gumagawa rin ng pelikula ang ating mga producer. Kaya I would also like to commend the chairman, the sponsor of this bill, because he had to do a very difficult balancing act to make sure that the industry survives while at the same time the industry honoring and protecting the rights of the workers. I would also like to thank those in the gallery now who has taken time off from their work to be here, our good friends and also advocates for the rights of movie workers. Mr. Ding Dong Dantes, of course, my good friend Maricel Soriano, Ana Ilagan, a family friend, and also a former member of the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board, Jackie Aquino. Thank you for your presence here today to witness also the work of the Senate in upholding the rights of our workers. But ang matanong ko lang po, yung sinasabing oras na 8 hours normal until 14 hours, gusto ko lang klaruhin. Sorry kung natanong na ito, pero hindi kasama dito ang ingress at egress.
No, Mr. President.
Okay.
Hindi po kasama.
Kasi yun medyo mahirap tansyahin talaga yon. Pangalawa, meron syempre mga penalties para dun sa mga hindi sumusunod sa batas.
Sa ngayon wala pa. Sa ngayon wala pa.
Pakisabi nga muli yung penalties kasi merong 100,000 fine, may pagkakakulong, pero medyo mabigat kasi yung kulong agad, no? So ano ba yung naging kompromiso dito?
Right now, it is not yet included in the bill. Maybe in the period of amendments, one of our colleagues would want to introduce some amendments with regard to the penal provision, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Alam mo, napag-usapan din namin kasi si Senator Bong ay producer rin. So, alam natin, katulad ng call center industry, iba talagang kultura sa showbiz. Medyo mahaba talaga yung oras ng pag-iintay at hindi regular ang trabaho, di ba? So, naisip namin, ang 14 hours ba kaya ay reasonable? Pero napansin ko rin, at tama din ang ating sponsor, dahil nga may 14 hours, dahil nga only minsan ng oras, ang bagal ng setup. Di ba? Minsan, depende sa mood ng kung sino man na nagpapatakbo, ay yung blocking, ang tagal. Tapos depende rin kung very artistic yung director, paulit-ulit din ang linya. Siguro ngayon, kung may batayan ng oras, mas magiging efficient sana ang pagpapatakbo ng set. Kasi the problem is really the waiting. The waiting is really a problem. Nakababad sa tent, maswerte kung may tent. Kung walang tent, sa init. Ang hirap talaga ng pinagdaraanan. Lalong-lalo na kung artista ka, naghihintay ka doon, natunaw na yung makeup mo, kailangan maganda ka pa rin paglabas mo. 'Di ba? Tapos, paano ngayon? Ito rin yung tanong ko, kung 14 hours, paano kung ang gagawing pelikula parang panday, may prosthetic? Kasama ba yon sa 14 hours?
That was what I asked during our consultations with some of the leaders of the movie industry. When our good friend, our colleague here, Senator Robin Padilla, hosted two events with regard to the consultation of this Eddie Garcia bill. Ang tinanong ko, paano nga yun? Pagka ang make-up, kailangan may prosthetic, syempre matagal yun. Kasi kung ordinary yung make-up lang, baka pwede siguro mga 20, 30 minutes o 15 minutes, tapos na. Pero pag prosthetic, aabutin ka ng 1-2 oras. So, ang sagot naman dapat hindi kasama dun sa 14 hours yun.
Okay, so pwede natin linawin yon sa period of amendment.
Yes.
Okay. Huli na lang to. Katulad din ng tatay ng ating good sponsor, ang aking ama, pagka nagpapakain sa set, kung ano yung pagkain ng artista, pati rin sa crew. Meron bang mandated budget para sa pagkain ng ating mga crew members, mga cameramen, mga ganon? Magkano usually per meal?
Magkano yung usually? 150? Ang sabi nung ating mga kaibigan, mga producers dito, 150 pesos po.
Per meal?
Per meal.
Okay.
Ba't di nyo dagdagan? Marami na ba yun?
Marami na. Hindi, sa'yo kulang.
Dapat, ang pagkain po ng mga artista at ang mga pagkain ng mga crew, dapat pare-parehas.
Oo, dapat
Pare-parehas ba?
pare-parehas.
Ang pagkain ninyo?
Oo, naalala mo pa si Aling Baby dati, yung ating caterer noon.
Hindi, nakalagay naman po sa batas, sa Section 13, if I may invite the attention of my colleague here. Section 13, letter A, adequate and nutritious meals in due consideration of the workers' health and religion.
Okay. Well, that's good to know and it's actually put on record. Actually, maraming mga artista nagki-keto diet o hindi kumakain eh. So, baka pwedeng idagdag na lang sa And yun lamang po, I support and I support this bill, especially because this is also in honor of a national treasure in the arts, Mr. Eddie Garcia, a good family friend. And of course, I think also it's very fitting that this is being defended by our hardworking chairman and the sponsor of the bill, Senator Njoy Estrada. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to my dearest comadre, also a very hardworking senator.
And if I may, what movie was that famous movie that Eddie Garcia was the kontrabida of your father, Fernando Po Jr.? What was that?
Kapag puno na ang salop, Mr.
Ano yung
President.
famous line na sinabi niya dyan? Na memorized? Yes, just for everyone's
It has to be
information.
FPJ sa
Palagi to,
DNA.
ilang beses na to on the record eh. Sabi ni Eddie Garcia kay FPJ, General na ako, nakapako ka pa rin dyan. Kasi para sabi naman, tapos dagdag pa ni Eddie Garcia, marami ka pang bigas na kakainin. Sagot naman ni FPJ, hindi ako kumakain ng bigas. Sinasayin ko muna para maging kanin. Ikaw palay pa lang, nilalamon mo na.
Yeah. Very good, very good, very good.
Dapat may voice modulation, Mr. President.
Pwede pala mag-artista to Senator Grace, Mr. President.
Di ba dating That's Entertainment si Ma'am Grace? Diba? That's Entertainment ka ba, Ma'am Grace, nung araw?
Kaluskus musmus daw, Mr. President. Okay. Hindi pa ako pinapanganak nun, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to interpolate is our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano. I move that she be recognized,
A
Mr.
distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and Municipality of Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the sponsor, with his kind permission, may I ask basically mostly clarificatory questions?
Gladly, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. My objective in interpolating today is to ensure that there is clarity in the very well-intended bill that is before us today. From my experience, many times when a law is going to be implemented, the lack of clarity becomes a problem only when there's a problem. So I would like to dissect this now to ensure that when the incidents come up, it is already on record, at least in the Senate, what the clear intentions are in the bill. So I will proceed, Mr. President. Definition of terms, employer. Kindly educate this representation. The little that I know is that there could potentially be many employers depending on how a particular show or movie is being developed. Diba? There could be a network, there could be a subcontractor for the lights, there could be a subcontractor for so many other things that I cannot even begin to define. Can we start with educating this representation? What are the subcontractors? Because I'll tell you why I'm asking. I'm asking because at some point, are there subsidiary liabilities? Kasi baka magkaturuan na, hindi ako ang employer niyan, na subcontract yan. So I need to understand so that now pa lang, clear po tayo who will be responsible when we say it's the employer's responsibility. So example, habang inaantay ko yung sagot, may bumagsak na ilaw. Is it the I'm repeating it just for the sake of people who are watching us who will want to understand ba't ako nagtatanong ng ganun. So may bumagsak na ilaw. So responsibility ba yun nung network? Responsibility ba yun ni producer? Responsibility ba yun ni sound and light company?
Yeah.
Yun.
Maraming salamat po sa iyong katanungan, Ginoong Pangulo. Tungkol naman po dun sa employer, usually ang movie producers, sometimes they hire suppliers. For example, suppliers ng mga ilaw,
Okay.
suppliers ng mga sound system,
Okay.
cameras,
Okay.
ano pa?
And these people,
Pati yung mga pagkain.
okay, even the food. And each of these groups would have their own set of employees, correct?
Yes,
so when you say they'll hire somebody sa camera, sa lights, sa sounds, may tao dyan. So let's just say something went wrong. Who is the employer?
The producer is mainly responsible for it.
May subsidiary liability? Do we assume? Because if you ask me, the responsibility falls on the employer and the one who hired the particular person who may have made a mistake would be the light provider, the sound system provider, by law. So unless they have agreements that says it's the employer, baka kawawa ang nagkiklaim.
Primary what? Primary what? Responsibility. Mr. President, yung producer pa rin yung ang may primary liability with regards to kung ano man ang mangyari sa set, kung nabagsakan ng ilaw, kung masama ang pagkain, kung hindi gumagana ang...
Saan ho nakasulat yon na yung may responsibility po is the producer? Because if I am the producer, I am going to point to a contract that I signed with these people and say, ikaw ang inor ko ng ilaw, ba't ganyan yung ilaw mo, pumutok? Ikaw ang hinar ko sa sound system, bakit kami nabingi? Ikaw yung naghanap ikaw yung nag-anong camera, ba't pangit kami sa camera mo?
Maybe, Mr. President, you can introduce that in the period of amendments. I would gladly accept it, Mr. President.
So may I request, Mr. President, that is this the Labor Department or the whoever we have consulting be the one to propose, I will be very happy to work with them, but I do not understand the industry well enough. Hindi ho ako expert. I will just point out yung nakikita kong potential gap as a lawyer and lawmaker.
Yes.
Then I can work with them. Kasi ang hirap naman na ako magbigay, tapos yon. So I'll work with them, Mr. President, but may I request na sila po ang magbigay.
Alright.
Now that I've pointed out that there is a potential gap there.
Mr. President, with the indulgence of my two colleagues, in the OSH law that we passed,
Yes.
there
oo
is
nga pala.
supposed to be a safety officer. The safety officer would be the one to ensure that the workplace is safe, Mr. President. So if there's something
That goes wrong.
goes wrong, it is the duty of the safety officer, Mr. President.
And the safety officer is employed by the producers. Oh, so yun naman ang sinasabi po ng ating resource persons. But Mr. President, kung ako din si safety officer, pwede ko naman sabihin na hindi ko naman winawarranty yung products na yan. So,
Yeah.
babalik pa rin tayo dun sa
Yes,
concern
the
ko.
liable would be the employer, the contractor, or the subcontractor. Kasi
That's-
siya yung...
yeah. And that is my point, Mr. President.
Yeah,
We
thank
are,
you.
you have,
Joint and
you have also clarified that doon din tayo papunta sa question ko. Who is liable? Sino yung sisingilin? So I would suggest, Mr. President, that the lawyers or the labor experts who are assisting us in drafting this would look at provisions regarding subcontracting and clarifying there who has the ultimate responsibility. It could also say that the contract shall specifically provide this or that. No, so it must be clear in the contract so that hindi na humahirapan yung sadly yung nasaktan na maghabol, Mr. President.
yes, so your manifestations well noted, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move on. Mr. President, letter D, no, I'm still in the definition term, section 4, letter D. It refers to the definition of movie and television industry. Kasama ho ba dito sa movie and television industry yung pagpo-produce ng isang show or whether it's a documentary or an entertainment show that is not in a movie as we know it and a movie house as we know it and not on TV as we know it? In other words, ito pala, sorry, including any related digital medium. I just saw it.
Oh, yeah.
So any,
Yes.
that's clear. Okay. So YouTube,
Yes,
Facebook,
kasama po. Saan po?
even Facebook.
Yes, kasama.
Is there a distinction if they're producing 3-minute versions of content? I don't
film?
mean to be philosopher, Mr. President, no, but I just want to be sure na makover lang talaga.
Yeah.
And I don't know the answer to it. Like, at what point is it not covered? Meron bang ganon?
They are all covered, Mr. President.
O sige, so podcast. So what if you have a well-known celebrity na kinuhang maggawa ng podcast, tapos, yun, nahulugan ng ilaw or ano man?
Pag nagpa-podcast ka, I'm not techie, no? Pag nagpa-vlog ka, wala ka naman
Mr. President, halatang hindi. Kasi ang podcast hindi ginaganon. Yung podcast, nakaupo ka, tapos nagaganyan ka. Kaya, Mr. President,
So, kung mag-isa ka,
you are
lang, wala
usually
ka
in a
naman...
studio for a podcast,
You do not
usually.
employ any worker, Mr. President. Nag-iisa ka lang.
No, uso na po ngayon ha. If I may, no, plug ko na rin kasi kaibigan ko si Mateo tsaka si Sara Gudicelli. Kaka-launch lang nila nung kanilang G Studios. And then nakita ko doon, kasama doon, for podcasters or something. Tama ba? Do you guys remember? I saw that. And I get it because these people who take their podcasting seriously, ang hirap kasi either, and sorry na lang Bianca Gonzalez, ikikwento kita, pero binisita ko si Bianca one time in her house, then we were having lunch, and then she had to excuse herself because magpa-podcast siya dun sa isang room sa house niya for privacy kasi syempre maingay kami dun sa living room niya. So nung nakita ko yung G Studios na pwede pala doon mag-rent for podcasters, di sabi ko, oo nga, kasi kung official podcaster ko and you want to expand beyond your bedroom, which is usually where people will do it, makes sense, di ba? So anyway, I'm just throwing this out there for the experts to consider. Where do you draw the line?
Well, I'm not a techie person, Mr. President, but if you hire workers, in general, sa podcast o sa vlogging, I think that is already covered.
Yun. Kasi ako, Mr. President, nakita ko rin, nag-umpisa yung vloggers, sila lang, di ba, one-man team. Ngayon yung vloggers mismo, magpo-post na sila, I need a cameraman, I need a ganon. Talagang grabe na yung production level.
Yes, they're already covered by this law, Mr. President.
So covered.
By this bill,
Okay.
yes.
So for our viewers, the importance of this question is to now make sure that we have identified that these are all covered. If you hire any worker that somehow contributes to that content you are producing, whether it's audio and visual or it's just one or the other, covered. Okay.
As long as you hire workers, Mr. President.
As long as you hire workers. Okay. So may I just also point out that the definition of worker should now be likewise modified or considered along with the proposal I said in Section 4A when we define who is the employer. Kasi Section 4E refers to worker, any person engaged or hired by the employer or principal. So I'm just saying that has to now be related. Who is the employer? Just to make sure that we cover that as well, Mr. President. Next item. Section 5. I don't have any questions, Section 5. Section 6, it's okay. Section 7, my question is, okay. May I know why it is deemed important to include the phrase lack of verification or acknowledgement from a notary public does not affect the validity? Kasi wala naman, I'm not aware that it is a requirement. So by putting it here, maybe I'm not aware of some kind of practice in the industry that requires that it is now indicated.
Mr. President, thank you for that comment. The phrase that you mentioned, the lack of verification or acknowledgement from a notary public does not affect the validity or enforceability of the agreement or employment contract. As long as there is an agreement, maybe, Mr. President, we can delete.
Kasi the basic definition of a contract is a meeting of the minds.
Yes, yes.
And you have it in writing as proof of the terms that you agree upon. So
Yes.
I
agree
just
with you.
don't want na makagulo pa ho ito.
Yes.
And we also are
in due
establishing
time,
it
in the
now.
period of amendments, we will
Okay, thank
delete
you.
this particular phrase, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Paano sa individual
Sige,
amendment?
dito na po tayo sa Section 9 on some of the terms and conditions of employment. So, my understanding of this whole provision is this, Mr. President. The normal work hours is 8 days.
8
8 hours,
hours.
sorry.
Yeah.
8 hours. So, pag walang sinabi sa'yo, understood yon 8 hours, no? Parang sa ibang opisina, normally they'll say you're 9 to 5 or 10 to 6. So we are also not indicating what time it starts, right? Basta we're just establishing that the normal work hours is 8 hours. Is that correct?
Yes, but as I've mentioned earlier, in the movie industry, this is a unique industry, Mr.
Correct, of course.
President. Hindi naman pwede na, 8 to 5 ka or 9 to
Yes.
6 ka. Hindi naman pwede sa mga sa industriya ng pelikula to, Mr. President.
So why do we have to say this now? Because I think I also just came from a shoot that ended at 3 a.m. last night. Iniwan ko si Alan doon, buhay na buhay pa
What time
ako.
did you start, Mr. President?
Our call time was 12
12 in the afternoon?
noon
And you finished at 9
at 3.
in the morning?
Well, I got home at 3:30, so 3:24 to
that's
be
15
exact. So
hours?
siguro mga 2
That's 15
something.
hours?
Mga ganun. When we started mga 3, siguro
Ah,
12 hours kami. Pero yun nga, again, there for makeup and yeah, anyway. But anyway, my point is, do you even want to say what the normal work hours is? Because you're telling me it's not normal. So
Yes.
why do we have to say it's the normal?
This is a unique industry.
So wag natin lokohin yung sarili natin. Kung hindi yan yung normal, wag natin sabihin it's the normal. Hindi pala yan yung normal.
Hindi kasi ang intention nitong minimum of 8 hours and in-extend natin a maximum of 14 hours. Kasi unang-una, upon the consultations that we've been through, ito yung reasonable hours of work. Kasi
Of
pag
course.
ilalagay mo ng 8 hours lang or 10 hours lang or normal work hours ng 8 hours, malulugi po yung mga producer. Kasi syempre, hindi nila ma-maximize
Yeah, I understand.
yung oras
I understand.
ng ating mga
Yeah, because yung pag-setup mo pa lang, baka
artista.
4
Correct.
hours na yun, alangan namang 4 hours na
Correct.
lang. I really understand. I'm just asking how the reality is reflected in the way we wrote it. Yun lang naman yung nature ng mga tanong ko eh. Kung hindi pala normal yung 8, baka dapat sabihin natin the usual, the intended, or I don't know. I don't know. I'm just trying to reflect here what is the norm talaga. But my staff na ang lakas bumulong dito sa likod ko is correctly pointing out that the reason you want to establish 8 hours is because overtime pay or differentials will kick in based on the 8 hour. Tama ho ba yun, Mr. President?
Tama po kayo, Mr.
Ayun,
President.
okay. So that's why it's important to establish 8 hours kasi may benefits na pumapasok within that 8 hours. Okay. So I will do my homework also and not bother His Honor with those to be sure na clear sa atin what kicks in within 8 hours and what kicks in within 14. May difference ba? And it's also something I would like His Honor to ask the experts, the consultants, para clear tayo. Unless the intention is not to be clear. Kasi natatawa ho ang sponsor. So, gusto ba nating hindi tayo clear? So, kunyari, meals. And I remember reading something about meals or overhearing about meals. And overheard pala from Senator Grace po. Meron ba tayong something here that how many meals do you feel within the regular hours? Therefore, we're referring to the 8? Paano nga
Usually,
kung umabot ng 18?
if they start at 6 o'clock, they have to serve breakfast. 6 o'clock in the morning, they have to serve breakfast.
Yeah.
And lunch.
Yeah.
Pag umabot ng
Dinner.
dinner, may merienda pa yan, di ba? Meron pang snacks.
Is that a non-issue, Mr. President, such that there's no need to...
No,
Because
that is a non-issue.
non-issue.
Talagang regular na ginagawa
Okay.
ng mga movie.
So I won't belabor the point if they are non-issues. Kumbaga sa pagkain, wala
Yeah,
namang
walang
nagrereklamo
issue
sa
yun, yes.
pagkain.
Standard SOP yun. Pati nga sa midnight snack, pag umabot ng alas 12 na madaling araw, meron din silang midnight snacks, Mr. President.
Mr. President, this is a general principle similar to Senator Joel Villanueva's, no? Existing laws that protect workers would continue to be effective and followed unless they are specifically amended or repealed under this law. Is that correct? Under this bill when it becomes a law?
Supplementary, Yes, you are correct, Mr. President.
Because,
Labor
Mr.
code.
President, my expanded breastfeeding law has very clear provisions on allowing women who are lactating or breastfeeding their babies to continue to breastfeed in the workplace. So, unless there is anything contrary, and I just assume that all of this will continue to be observed.
Yes, that will be continued. It will be continued to be observed, Mr. President.
I would like to appeal to the entertainment industry to actually, and it would be wonderful if they could be even more generous with the hours provided to those defined as workers, whether they are actual performers or behind the scenes, because as His Honor, who is my batchmate, will recall and will remember from experience, I'd like to believe that we get better as we age, not us individually, but as an institution. And at the time I pushed for that bill, ang hirap din ipaliwanag yung kahalagahan ng breastfeeding. So, ang nailaban ko lang doon is 40 minutes for every 8 hours. I was a working breastfeeding mom. If you only breastfeed 40 minutes in 8 hours, magkakasakit ka. Alam ni Senator Robin yan dahil nag-breastfeed ang kanyang asawa, di ba? Ang sobrang sakit nun. But, ang gagawin namin ng mga working moms is, pati yung lunch break namin, magbe-breastfeed kami doon. Kung anong takas na pwede mong gawin, magbe-breastfeed ka. I had the luxury of being employed in a law office na I have my own time. So, I could express my milk pump, in other words, anytime I want. Nasa sa akin na yun sa pag-manage ko sa clients ko. But not everybody has that luxury nga. So maybe I can just hear from the practitioners in the industry how they can make breastfeeding in the entertainment industry a beacon of exemplary support for breastfeeding mothers, Mr. President.
Yes, I will talk to the members of the movie industry and to give importance to your advocacy, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Advocacy po ng lahat ng kababaihan at ng mga katulad niyong very supportive husband. Including ng majority floor leader natin. Okay, Mr. President, again to clarify, I'm still in hours of work, section 9. So when we have a provision that says it shall be applicable to all workers except for the following. Yung workers age 60 and above who shall be allowed under exceptional circumstances as defined by the tripartite council. Ano kaya yun? I'm just curious because we need to give the delegation of powers, undue delegation of powers principle requires that our law is clear to the delegate authority kung paano sila gagawa ng bagong rules nila. So, hindi tayo pwedeng bahala na kayo, tripartite council, kung ano yung exceptional circumstances. Dapat may basis sila kung bakit sila nag-agree because we are now creating an exception. Having said that, I know very fit and healthy 60 years old that will not want an exception. But, of course, that is here precisely because we want to recognize that there may be a need for exceptions.
So, according to my consultants in the movie industry is concerned, Mr. President, some of our directors, or most of our directors, the movie directors, are already in their twilight years or senior citizens.
Okay.
And hindi naman pwede yung 8 hours lang sila magtatrabaho dahil sa tingin namin, sa mga kilala namin mga direktor, ay kaya pa rin nila magtrabaho hanggang
Of course. And I
14
support
hours,
that.
Mr. President.
So kaya nga, pero Mr. President, ang tanong ko was not why are they given exceptions. Hindi yun. I truly believe that many people can have productive lives 70s, 80s, even 90s. Pero ang tanong ko is, what is the basis for the exception? Kasi si Tripartite Council will be the one to give that exception. It is our duty as lawmakers to provide the standards for them to give the exception. Otherwise, it's possible that this would be undue delegation of authority. So ano yun? Is it simply saying that they need a doctor's health certificate? Kung yun lang yun, di yun lang yun. Sabihin na lang natin na yun lang yun. Nagulat ako kasi na ba't tripartite council pa eh. Baka medical certificate lang. So to be clear, yes, go
In
ahead.
Section 9, Mr. President, I would like to invite the attention of my colleague here. Section 9, letter A, subsection I.
Yes.
It says here, provided that the said worker voluntarily executes a separate agreement in the proper form prescribed by the Department of Labor and Employment, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Mr. President, I know and I've read that. But it doesn't tell me ano nga yung exception. Yun nga yung tinatanong ko. Because to be clear, for it to be considered a due delegation of legislative power, it should be complete in itself. The law should identify bakit tayo nagbibigay ng power dito to decide. And then number two, it must fix a standard which limits, which is easy to determine kung pasok sa standard yung didesisyonan nitong entity na to, which is the Tripartite Council. Because to keep it simple, I would just say that they have a doctor's certificate and they testify that they are fit to work. That's what I would say. But gusto nyo daan sa Tripartite Council, then explain to me what will the Tripartite Council do and say to allow a 60-year-old to work.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I would like to thank my distinguished colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano, for her very enlightening questions. As discussed with the stakeholders concerned of the industry, Mr. President.
Mr.
and the-
President, sorry. May I just ask the level of noise to be lowered because I cannot hear the distinguished sponsor that well. Thank you.
May we ask our colleagues in the back to settle down as we have started session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. As discussed with the stakeholders of the industry and the Department of Labor, we will just propose an amendment to the bill by deleting Section 9, letter A and subsection I, no? Since the intent really is to allow workers aged 60 years old and above to work beyond 8 hours, but in no case exceeding 14 hours, Mr. President.
I leave that to the discretion of the sponsor if they would like to delete it. Just to be clear on the part of this representation, I am not aware that there is any law that prohibits a 60-year-old from working. Therefore, there would really be no need no legal need to provide an exception unless by the nature of the work it is very taxing. Then I think it would benefit the employers, whether it's the producer or whoever, for everybody's mutual protection to get a medical certificate.
Yes, I agree. I
Yun
totally
lang naman
agree
po,
with you,
Mr.
Mr. President. Yes.
Oo. And then, Mr. President, the reference to tripartite council should be clarified. If tatanggalin na po yun, then wala nang role si tripartite council in allowing a 60-year-old and above, a senior, to work. However, I will quickly jump to Section 22 that refers to the tripartite council. And may I just request that the membership be clarified, because normally when you say a tripartite council, you identify who is in the tripartite council. And dahil po tri, di tatlo po yun. Eh wala naman hong nakasulat kung sino yan. So maghuhulaan ho tayo, and baka naman with all the stakeholders, many would like to be a part. I can only speak for, let's say, the health industry. We have health workers. We have non-health workers. And then we have the industry leaders or yung mga employer. So sino ho yan dito? I don't need a reply now, but it's just...
Well, first of all, it's the producers, the employers, and a representative from the workers and the Department of Labor, Mr. President.
okay. So perhaps that can... So the producers ask the employer.
Yes.
And then the employees...
Workers.
The workers. But would you distinguish between who would be representative of the worker? Is this those in front of the camera or behind the camera? Again, I'm just pointing it out for clarity.
Behind them.
And then the third is Dole. That has to be identified, Mr. President.
Yes,
so
Mr.
there's
President.
no-
Maybe in the crafting of the
Yeah.
IRR, Mr.
Ay,
President.
parang hindi yata, Mr. President. I think that is too important to leave to the IRR. Because, Mr. President, as the example I've seen, nag-delegate po ng power under Section 9 sa Tripartite Council. You cannot delegate that power na we don't even know who would be the members there, Mr. President.
Ano yung, sino yung representative ng workers? What's IJ? Interguild Alliance. Yeah. Ito yung sa workers. Ay? Ayan. Well, Mr. President, the workers will be represented by the IGA or the Interguild Alliance or the Film Academy, Mr. President.
Sino daw yun?
If I may add, Mr. President, just to enlighten my dear colleague, ang ibig sabihin po ng Inter-Guild Alliance, Mr. President, ito yung mga taong behind the camera, like for example, yung mga production designers,
So
yung mga scriptwriters,
Okay.
yung mga
Set designer, tama ba?
set designer, yung mga director. Ito yung,
And is there only one kind of association for
No, no,
these
no.
people?
there are a lot of associations, Mr. President.
But His Honor
meron tayong
mentioned the Inter-Guild
Directors
Alliance.
Guild, Actors Guild.
Correct. But are these guilds are these all members of this Inter-Guild Alliance?
Yes, Mr. President. Some are, yung film academy. Kasi, Mr. President, marami ho kasi mga organisasyon
Then that's
na
why.
mayroong mga paksyon-paksyon.
Correct. I understand. Naintindihan po natin yon. Pero if we are now going to identify that one of the members of the tripartite agreement is one particular association, then we would effectively be excluding the others. So that would be my concern lang po. Kasi meron akong narinig dito sa audience na ay may iba. So we have to pass something that is truly inclusive, Mr. President.
Maybe there should be a dialogue maybe between the Inter-Guild Alliance and the other group, itong Film Academy of the Philippines, to choose their representative for the tripartite council, Mr.
Sige.
President.
Anyway, I leave that point, Mr. President, only to point out that if there are very specific tasks being given to this tripartite council and we cannot form the membership, then those tasks will not get done. I don't know what else is there because aside from Section 9, maybe there's something else here. I'll ask my staff also and maybe the resource persons can point it out so that we know what is affected by the choice of these members, Mr. President. I'll move on. I just wanted to point that out. So I'll go through the other letters. Work hours include waiting time where the worker is required to stay.
Are we going back, Mr. President?
No, we're not going back, Mr. President. I was in Section 9A. I am now in Section 9B.
9B?
Yes.
I thought you jumped to Section 20.
No, only because the tripartite council
Okay,
mentioned
okay.
in 9AI is defined somehow vaguely
Alright.
in 22. Pero ito lang naman yung main concern ko, Mr. President, Section 9.
Okay.
So clearly, work hours include waiting time, and then letter C, time during which work is required to earn. Okay. D, are the workers, both those in front of the camera and behind the camera, are they amenable to Section D? Okay ba sa kanila
Section
na
D?
9D. Yung scheduled shoot, if a scheduled shoot is canceled less than 8 hours immediately preceding, all workers engaged shall be compensated. Okay ba sa kanila yung 8 hours? Because pag ako po may 8 a.m. at tinawagan ako ng alas 12, hindi po okay sa akin yun. Dahil sira na yung buong araw ko, dahil yung alas 8 ko, may iba sana akong ginawa. Natulog sana ako, nag-workout sana ako, may iba sana akong appointment, may date, you never know.
Well, upon
So-
consultation with the members of the industry, I think they are amenable to it, Mr. President.
Amenable? Amenable daw. Really? Not
Thumbs
sure,
up
Mr.
sila.
President, ha? Kasi I'm just speaking for myself. 8 hours isn't a lot. And again, it's not my industry, but I'm just mindful na medyo mahirap yung 8. I leave that up to the stakeholders to decide. Kasi that is a practical matter that must be decided by the stakeholders. I am simply pointing it out for the sake of a robust and lively exchange of ideas. Next point, letter E. Ayun. Mr. President, dito pumapasok si letter E, 9E, dun sa tanong ko kanina na ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng normal work hours na 8 hours? Kasi nga, in 9E, we identified that work rendered beyond 8 hours shall be compensable with overtime pay. That's really the reason why that 8 hours is being identified, I believe, Mr. President. unless a more favorable rate or fee is stipulated in the contract. So, Mr. President, to be clear, at least for talents, and when I say talents, pag sinabi bang talents, sorry,
Extra.
forgive me. Ha?
Extras yun. You refer to the extras as talents right now.
Okay. Okay. So anyone in front of the camera na lang, 'di ba? So regardless of your billing, tama ba yung aking pag-explain? Anyone in front of the camera, do they normally get a fixed rate that is would fall under letter E, meaning unless a more favorable rate or fee is stipulated? Is that common?
Favorable to workers. Mr. President,
There is going to be an exciting response because the
Yes,
sponsor is smiling.
I was
Surprised.
also a movie producer
Okay.
way back, and for me, I value the work of our workers behind the camera, and in Section E, this is always favorable to the workers, Mr. President. Kasi ang ano yun? Minimum wage natin right now is 610 pesos, and they are being paid around minsan doble na po, Mr. President. 1,500
Kaya nga,
a day, no?
precisely why, Mr. President, precisely why I asked that is it the norm that the rate that is usually given to workers, and I specifically mentioned in front of the camera, pero dagdagan natin, in front, behind, if it's beyond, is that the intention? If it's beyond minimum wage, then therefore they would not fall under this, because that's not what it says. So I'm trying to clarify this.
So,
Yun ba yung point na pag binigyan ka namin ng beyond minimum wage, you will not fall under the, because that's the answer that's being given to my question, is it the norm that the rate given is negotiated, therefore hindi nakasama itong overtime pay?
No, that's not the question of Senator Pia. Ang question, Senator Pia, kung nabayaran mo na beyond the minimum wage, are they still applicable to sa So, may we seek for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. With regard to the question of our dear colleague, Senator Pia, Section 9, letter E, tama? Subsection E. In general, Mr. President, the workers receive wages that are higher than the prevailing minimum wage rate plus overtime pay. Usually, parang package po ito, Mr. President. And I think this provision is needed to protect workers who are in small independent films, Mr. President. Minsan po kasi pagkain na yung binabayad sa kanila, kaya kailangan natin ng provision na ito, Mr. President.
Of course. And the reason I asked, Mr. President, precisely is to avoid that kind of confusion. When His Honor's reply is, it's normal in the industry to provide a rate that, number one, is more than above minimum wage, and then you added that it includes overtime pay, that should be very clear. Because otherwise, by law, if you are a regular worker, you are not a supervisorial or a managerial worker. By law, you must receive a overtime pay.
Yes.
So kung kasama na yon, then I suggest that it is very, very clear para wala nang turuan. Yun lang naman.
Mr. President, according to the computations that they made a while ago, if you're being paid 725 pesos, huh? If you're being paid less than 1,200 pesos, say 1,100 pesos, you're being paid the minimum wage plus the overtime. Ito mga binabayad po natin mga producers dito sa ating mga malilit na manggagawa ay lagpas pa ho dun sa sinasabi kong figures, Mr. President. Sometimes they pay them 1,200, 1,500 pesos a day. So, sakop na po yung overtime pay dun sa binabayad nila, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Exactly why I was just asking, what is the practice in the industry? Because this Section E states the standard, and then unless, sabi dito, unless a more favorable rate or fee is stipulated. So His Honor is explaining that, in fact, there are more favorable rates that are stipulated in their contracts. So, okay din naman maipaliwanag to para walang confusion. I'll move on, Mr. President. Letter G, travel to and from out-of-town projects shall be compensable, provided that the worker cannot gainfully utilize the travel time for one's own personal purpose, need, or benefit. So if you're on a let's say yung inyong shoot is in Baguio and you're on a 4-hour trip, yung 4 hours na yun is considered compensable work hours, right? Ano kaya, Mr. President, yung unless the worker, provided that the worker cannot gainfully utilize the travel time? Pagka ba, I'm being piloso po, Mr. President, no, but I just don't want there to be any misunderstanding here. So kung nakasakay ka doon, papunta, and then you're listening to your favorite music, are you utilizing the travel for your own personal benefit, or clear yun that that's compensable?
So minsan po itong ating mga workers, minsan pag imbis na didiretso ka sa shooting location, halimbawa ang location mo ay papunta kang Baguio.
Dumaan ng La Union.
Nag-detour ka pa, pupunta ka La Union, nag-beach ka pa or whatever.
So yung part na yon hindi.
Yes.
O, kasi yan at yun din ang binubulong nitong mga staff ko, baka kasi mag-detour. So that's exactly what we're talking about para clear. So if you compute that it's only now 3.5 hours by NLEX, ECTEX, and TIPLEX to get to Baguio, pag dumating ka doon ng 6 hours, yung 2.5 mo hindi kasama. Di namin alam kung saan ka napunta.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just clarifying, Mr. President, para clear. And then, Mr. President, Section 10 na tayo. Transportation expense or service, whichever is applicable, to and from out-of-town project shall be at the expense of the employer or principal. Whose choice, Mr. President? Can a worker... Yeah, go ahead.
Kung wala pong sasakyan yung artista, halimbawa, the producers will provide
Correct.
the vehicles
Pero I mean, yun
to
nga,
transport them.
if any worker, whether artista or any other worker, may sariling kotse, pwede siyang humingi ng kabayaran na lang ng kanyang sariling gasolina? Does it matter if it's a diesel or regular?
Well, if they want to use their own car, you have to charge it to your own expense, Mr.
Kaya nga
President.
nililiwanag ko nga, Mr. President. So, kasi sabi dito, transportation expenses or whichever is applicable. That's why I'm saying you should clarify if it's only one who has the choice. If the choice is only with the employer, para walang misunderstanding, sulat nyo dito.
But they are also ready to provide service vehicles, Mr. President.
Yes,
Ito mga
that seems to be clear, Mr. President. But again, my example is, if gusto nilang magdala ng sariling sasakyan,
Sila
then
magbayad ng gasolina
sila
lang, Mr. President.
That's not clear here. That's what I'm saying, Mr. President. Para
Okay.
clear. Thank you, Mr. President. So, I think, Mr. President, the only other clarification na lang, and I no need to respond, you can just give me the response later about the insurance.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear that it's very clear what kind of insurance, because you cannot double insure someone, as far as I know. Therefore, if somebody has their own insurance, and then the employer will also provide. I don't know how it works. I just don't want there to be a problem.
Usually it's a accident insurance, Mr. President.
Accident pala.
Yes,
Okay. Okay. Which is usually not included in a regular HMO kasi
Correct.
accident.
Yes, Mr. President.
So this is very specific dun sa industry, no? Ganun talaga. Okay.
Dati po, wala pong nung panahon namin, wala naman kaming insurance. Because of the untimely death of Mr. Eddie Garcia, dito lang natin in-improve na magkaroon tayo ng insurance benefits para sa ating mga workers. Because before, we never had any insurance.
So again, Mr. President, I think this also has to be clarified. See Section 12 on Social Security and Welfare Benefits. It states, the workers shall be covered by the Social Security System, Home Development Mutual Fund or Pag-ibig, and the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation, PhilHealth. The payment of SSS, Pag-ibig, and PhilHealth contribution shall be jointly shared by the worker and the employer, when applicable, in accordance with existing rules and regulations. That's where, Mr. President, again, it has to be defined, to be clear, who is the employer? Because I'm not aware, and it may just be my own ignorance, pag short-term yung project, meron bang SSS na short-term? Parang wala akong, meron ba? Hindi, iba yun. Because if you're an independent contractor, yung self-employed ka, then nagko-contribute ka ng SSS when PhilHealth mo ng sarili mo. So, pag na-hire ka for a project, tapos may employer ka, mag-change yung status mo, kailangan lang clear tayo kung paano maro-roll out to. And again, is it the subcontractor or is it the producer? Di ko maisip na lilipat lahat ng responsibility nun sa producer, which is what was relayed earlier on the floor. Hindi na lang sa amin.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Walang tao. Wala. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Section 12 is simply saying that if there is an employee-employer relationship, the contributions shall be jointly shared by the worker and the employer. Meron po kasi mga regular employees sa industriya, Mr. President. And in case of the independent workers, katulad ng mga talents, mga artista, they shall be paying voluntarily, Mr. President.
Okay. Mr. President, again, I raise the confusion as to who is considered the employer in this case, which I will just ask His Honor to respond to in the period of amendments, just for clarity, because earlier the response given was that the term employer refers to the producer. But I'll give you an example, Mr. President. For example, a light and sound subcontractor has 5 regular employees that pinasok nila ngayon for this project. So kung regular employees ni light and sound contractor yon, malilipat yon dun sa producer? Because based on the earlier statement, the producer is the employer. Earlier in the general discussion on the definition of who is an employer. That's why, Mr. President, I'm clarifying.
Well, it is still the supplier who will pay. It will still be the supplier who will pay for the contribution, Mr. President. Not the
producer.
Movie producer, Mr. President.
Yeah, I think. I think, Mr. President, we can have more clarity in the definition of employer when it comes to who is responsible for liabilities in terms of injury in the workplace, and then who is responsible in terms of workers' compensation and benefits. Kasi nga po, as I mentioned, the little I understand about the industry is may subcontractors. And there's already an employer-employee relationship with the subcontractor and their employees. So, gusto ko lang naman na hindi magkaroon ng confusion in the implementation of this law, Mr. President. So, the sponsor is saying now that the subcontractor is considered the employer who will make the contributions of the employer, right, for the benefits, itong SSS, Pag-ibig. But earlier, when we talk about liabilities, the response was it's the producer who would have liabilities. So maybe we can distinguish later on, even during the period of amendments, liabilities ng ng work-related injuries. Because so that a worker would know sino yung sisingilin niya. In what instance ang sisingilin niya is yung direct employer niya, which is the subcontractor, and in what cases, if any, ang producer yung sisingilin. I do not know the industry enough to imagine all those possible scenarios, but there are scenarios which I feel we need to visualize so that strong ang batas natin, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. We will specify it during the period of amendments, Mr. President.
or I'm more than happy if the resource persons would like to sit down with our team. We're happy to map out those scenarios to be sure we covered everything. Mr. President, that's all for today. Thank you very much for your patience. May I just say that His Honor has always been very gracious and patient when we go through this process of crafting these bills. It's a process that he is an expert of, having been with me since 2004. I know it can be tedious, but His Honor is very used to this. There's many other bills that he sat through with questions that are harder to answer than the questions I ask. So I don't need to ask His Honor for his indulgence, because by nature he is very indulgent. Maraming salamat po.
And how can I refuse a beautiful senator like you, Mr. President? Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate and ask any further questions, I move to close the period of interpellation. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2505. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 1043 under Committee Report number 81. This is the bill on Negros Occidental District Engineering Office, 1st Legislative District. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellation.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. So move, Mr. President.
The good sponsor, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. is recognized. We ask Senator Gatchalian to vacate the podium.
Mr. President,
Please proceed.
Mr. President, move that we recognize our minority leader.
Our distinguished minority floor leaders recognized.
This is Committee Report 81, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
I think, Mr. President, the parliamentary situation is that the last time I was the one interpellating and we suspended my interpellation. So I'd like to manifest that the sponsor has explained the issue to this representation. So I have no more interpellation on this measure, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Minority Floor Leader.
Therefore, I can attend the Christmas party of the House tonight.
Mr. President, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move to close the period of interpolation.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
No amendment.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, there are no committee or individual
amendments.
amendments,
No,
Mr.
no.
President.
Yeah,
So I
that's
move to close the period of amendments.
There being no amendments, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to approve, that we approve on second reading, House Bill number 1043. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 1043 is approved on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that suspend consideration of House Bill number 1043.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 907 under Committee Report number 140. This is the bill on for the District Engineering Office in the 5th Legislative District of Batangas. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to recognize the gentleman from Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr.
Yes, to expedite the process, maybe if there's no period, we don't have to recognize him. We can just close the period of.
Yes, Mr.
interpellation.
President, I'm just because I was looking at the minority leader and he is doing a thumbs up, Mr.
So
President,
earlier
which
we
means
can all go home,
I am
including the
allowed now
minority
to move to close the period of interpellations and debate. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Are there any committee or individual amendments?
No committee
Mr.
amendments.
President, with that, I move to close the
Period of amendments.
committee and individual amendments.
No
So move,
individual
Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 907. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, House Bill number 907 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 907.
Consideration suspended.
I move that we resume consideration, Mr. President, of House Bill number 1147 under Committee Report number 141. This is the bill for the District Engineering Office in the 6th Legislative District of Isabela. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Parliamentary status of the measure, Mr. President, is that we have sponsored the bill and with the consent of the body, move to open the period of interpellation.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
There being no member who wishes to interpret, I move to close the period of interpellation.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
No amendments, Mr.
With
President.
that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 1147. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 1147 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 1147.
Suspension is of the we consider suspension of the measure is considered.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7539 under Committee Report number 142. This is the bill for the District Engineering Office in the 3rd Legislative District of Bataan. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellation.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
No member wishes to interpellate, Mr. President. I move to close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
No amendments, Mr.
Mr.
President.
President, there being no amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7539. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. House Bill number 7539 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7539.
The bill is now suspended.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7553 under Committee Report number 143. This is the bill for the District Engineering Office in the 2nd Legislative District of Davao del Norte.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Parliamentary status is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
No member wishes to interpellate, so I move to close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
No amendments,
With that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7553. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 7553 is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 7553.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7647 under Committee Report number 144. This is a bill for the District Engineering Office in the Lone Legislative District of General Santos. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measures that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
No member wishes to interpellate, I move to close the period of interpellations.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection,
No
motion is
amendment,
approved.
Mr.
With
President.
that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, period of amendments closed.
Move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7647. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 7647 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7647.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7768 under Committee Report number 145. This is the bill for the District Engineering Office in the 3rd Legislative District of Bulacan.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measures that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellation.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
No member wishes to interpellate, I move to close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
No amendments, Mr.
With
President.
that, I move to close the period of amendments.
The period of amendments is closed with no objection.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7768. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill 7768 approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7768.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7934 under Committee Report number 146. This is the bill for the District Engineering Office in the Lone Legislative District of Lapu-Lapu. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion approved.
Parliamentary status of the measures that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations.
There being no objection, motion approved.
No member wishes to interpellate, I move to close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion approved.
No amendment, Mr. President.
With that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7934. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 7934 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7934.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7933 under Committee Report number 147. This is the bill for the District Engineering Office in Antipolo, Rizal.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Parliamentary status of the measures that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
No member wishes to interpellate, I move to close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
No amendment, Mr. President.
With that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7933. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 7933 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7933.
There being no objection, consideration is suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7770 under Committee
There be no
Report number
objection.
148.
Motion is approved.
Mr. President, parliamentary status of the measures that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, move to open the period of interpellations.
There being no objection,
No
motion is
member
approved.
wishes to interpellate, I move to close the period of interpellation.
There being no objection,
With
motion
the
is approved.
consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
No amendment,
I
Mr.
move to
President.
close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7770. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 7770 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7770.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7769 under Committee Report number 149. This is the bill for the District Engineering Office in the 3rd Legislative District of Iloilo.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Parliamentary status is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations.
There being no objection, motion
No
is approved.
member wishes to interpolate, I move to close the period of interpellation.
There being no objection,
With
motion
the
is approved.
consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
No amendment, Mr.
I
President.
move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7769. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 7769 is approved. Second reading.
Move that we close, suspend consideration of House Bill number 7769.
The consideration of the measure is suspended.
I know, Mr. President, this is close to your heart. I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7645 under Committee Report number 150. This is the bill for the District Engineering Office in the 4th Legislative District of Bukidnon.
Yes, the governor just asked me about that over our Christmas party the weekend. So I'm happy to announce that we'll be taking it up. No objection, motion is approved.
The parliamentary status, Mr. President, is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate. I move to close the period of interpellations.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
No amendment, Mr.
I move
President.
to close the period of amendments.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7645. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, House Bill number 7645 is approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7645.
There be no objection, consideration suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7648 under Committee Report number 151. This is the bill for the District Engineering Office in the 6th Legislative District of Batangas.
Okay, so we had the 5th earlier, no? So this is the 6th. There be an objection, motion is approved.
Yes. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measures that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations.
There being no objection, motion is
No
approved.
member wishes to interpolate. I move to close the period of interpellations.
There being no objection, motion is
With the
approved.
consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
No amendment, Mr.
I move to
President.
close the period of amendments.
There be no objection, motion is
Mr.
approved.
President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7648. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, House Bill number 7648 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7648.
Consideration of the measure suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8133 under Committee Report number 152. This is the bill for the District Engineering Office in the 2nd Legislative District of Davao City. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Parliamentary status of the bill is that we have sponsored the measure, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
No member wishes to interpolate. I move to close the period of interpellations.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
No amendments, Mr.
I move to
President.
close the period of amendments.
The period of amendments is closed without
Mr.
objection.
President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8133. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
be no objection, House Bill number 8133 is approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8133.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, may I just be allowed by the sponsor to be a co-author of this
Co-sponsor.
Yes.
co-sponsor, Mr. President, I'm sorry, of this particular measures that we just passed on second reading.
It's an honor.
Myself as well, if the
Together with our
the
Senate
Same
sponsor
thing
will
with
allow.
Senator Villar, Mr. President,
Mr.
express our
And
intent
myself,
to become
yes.
co-sponsor of
Thank
the
you.
following measures, like House Bill number 7539, House Bill number 7648, House Bill number 7769, House Bill number 7770, House Bill number 7933. Senator Villar po yan,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Thank you,
Lahat
Mr.
na,
President.
sama na natin sa lahat.
Yeah.
Lahat na.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for a minute.
At this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7315 under Committee Report number 156. This pertains to the bill on Tabayon National High School in Jose Abad Santos, Davao Occidental. I so move, Mr. President.
There have been no objection. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate.
There have been no objection. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Basic Education, Senator Win Gatchalian, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I so move, Mr. President.
There have been no objection. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, if we can
Yes, Mr.
ask
President.
a few clarificatory questions, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
So we are now discussing House Bill 7315 under Committee Report number 156.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, this is the separation of high school annex in Jose Abad Santos, Davao Occidental, Mr. President, so that it will now become the annex of that school will now be converted into an independent national high school to be known as Tabayon National High School.
Tabayon National High School.
And of course, appropriating funds for that new school, national high school, Mr. President. So, my first question, Mr. President, is: are there criteria which should be observed or followed in the creation of national high schools, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. The DepEd issued Department Order 40 series of 2014, and it specifies criteria for establishment of a school, conversion of a school, separation of an annex, separation of a school annex. Under this DO40, those three actions can be implemented.
So we're talking about a 2014 Department Order, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
And using that the Department Order, Mr. President, do we find this ano ba pangalan ulit, Mr. President?
Tabayon.
This Tabayon National High School to be compliant with our criteria, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. During the public hearing on October 9, 2023, by the committee, both the school division superintendent and the regional director confirmed the compliance of all of these schools with the respective requirements under DO40, Mr. President.
So
there's a confirmation from the division school superintendent and regional director, Mr. President.
With the new independent national high school, Mr. President, how much funds are we appropriating for its operation, Mr. President?
For Tabayon, Mr. President, it's for 2024, it's 5.3 million pesos, Mr. President.
Magkano po?
5.3. Wala for PS and MOE, Mr. President.
5.3 million pesos.
Yes.
For PS and MOE. This is already for next year, Mr. President?
This is for 2024.
And this has been already provided in the BICAM report, which we approved earlier, Mr. President?
Yes, in the NEP, Mr. President.
In the NEP, kargado na siya doon.
Yeah.
So how is that possible, Mr. President? How is it possible that a national high school not yet recognized under a law is already funded in the NEP?
Well, Mr. President, it's created administratively, so the budget is lodged under the division level, Mr. President. So it's lodged under the mother school, Mr. President. Sorry, lodged under the mother school.
So how do we know that it's 5.3 for the extension, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, the mother school has a budget, and they also allocate a certain portion of that budget for the annex, Mr. President. So once it's separated and this becomes law, there's a specific line item for this new school, and that specific budget will be now appropriated to that line item.
That's the approach of the DepEd for all schools with extension campuses?
Yes, Mr. President. There's normally a mother school that receives the budget for the annex, Mr. President.
So, yes, Mr. President. So, how many students will be studying here in this new independent national high school to be known as Tabayo National High School, Mr. President?
884 students, Mr. President.
And Tabayo, the name of the school is Tabayo National High School. Where did we get the name, Mr. President?
It's in Barangay Tabayon, Mr. President.
So it's in the location, Mr. President?
It's in the location.
Because that is not the name of the mother school.
The mother school is Jose Abad Santos, Mr. President.
So,
National High School.
Okay. What is the rationale for doing this, Mr. President? Kasi before, when it was an extension campus, 5.3 million pesos ang budget niya. Now that it is an independent national high school, 5.3 million pesos din po yung budget niya. So, what is the main logic in doing this separation, Mr. President? If it is not a help budget-wise, are we in a way helping the learners, Mr. President, or the students?
Well, Mr. President, the 5.3 is specifically for the new school or for the school that will be created, the Tabayon National High School, Mr. President. And the logic of that is once it has its own law, we can already allocate budget directly to that schools instead of lodging it under the mother school, Mr. President. So it will be a separate operating entity.
Yes, Mr. President, but budget-wise, there will be no felt change, Mr. President? Because from the earlier answer, I get the impression that the extension campus already has been allotted 5.3 million pesos by the mother school. Now, we will now separate it. Still, the budget of the new school is 5.3 million pesos. So, budget-wise, there is no the implication to be felt by the new independent high school, Mr. President?
No, Mr. President, because right now it's operating as one. So even though the locations are distinct or separate, but the budget is lodged under the mother school, Mr. President. So what we're doing is we're just carving out that specific budget allocated to the extension school, Mr. President. But aside from the budget, Mr. President, once the proposal becomes a law, the principal of that new school will now have the authority to hire personnel, both teachers and non-teaching personnel. It will also run its own operation, meaning it's independent of the mother school, Mr. President. So the features of a newly created school out of an extension will be, it will have its own appropriation, it will now run its own operations. The principal will now have the authority to hire its own personnel, Mr. President.
Do we foresee the budget of the new independent high school to increase in year 2025? Because this time now, the principal will have thought of new programs, new projects in the school?
That's a possibility, Mr. President, because it's a new school. Well, it's not a new school, but since its operation will now become independent of the mother school, they will now have the option to come up with more activities. For example, they can be very active with PTA programs, and they can encourage more learners to come in. It's possible that the enrollment might increase, Mr. President.
When we separate the extension campus, Mr. President, and then give the budget to the new independent national high school, do we subtract the extension campus's budget from the mother school's budget, Mr.
Yes,
President?
Mr. President, we will subtract or carve out the budget from the mother school, Mr. President.
So in the recently approved 2024 budget, did we reduce the budget of Jose Abad Santos National High School by 5.3 million?
No, Mr. President,
The
because
mother school?
we haven't created the Tabayon National High School yet by law, Mr. President. It still remains as an annex of the mother school.
So the mother school will just surrender the amount to the
Yes.
once this becomes law, we'll surrender that amount to the new independent national high school.
Yes, operationally that happens, Mr. President. That will happen, Mr. President. I remember when I was a mayor, we also did the same, and typically the annex will have an assistant principal who will be the one in charge, and they will have staffing complement and a budgetary complement. And once the law is enacted, the assistant principal normally gets promoted to a principal, and the budget from the mother school will now be carved out for the newly created school.
So as of the moment, Mr. President, that the school that we are talking about is still an extension campus or state extension high school.
Extension.
Are the important ratios being observed? Yung student to classroom ratio, teacher to student ratio?
Yes, Mr. President, one of the reasons why for carving out is really to have its own principal, so that the principal can focus on attracting more students to the newly created school. They follow the teacher to classroom ratio as well as the student to classroom ratio, Mr. President. I don't have the figures right now, but they do follow those standards, Mr. President.
Kaya ako natanong yun, Mr. President, kasi so it will now become an independent national high school. So decision making will be quicker. Because may sarili na siyang principal closer to the area who is now based in the school itself, di ba?
Correct, Mr. President.
And then budget-wise, the DepEd will provide a line item for this particular new school.
Yes, Mr. President. And the principal now, the newly promoted principal, will report directly to this division school superintendent as to, for example, going to another principal and then to superintendent. So, in other words, actions will be quicker and decisions can be made quicker as well.
So, is there no? We have established that the budget for this school for this extension campus is 5.3 million pesos. But from experience, is there no standard cost in establishing a new high school, Mr. President?
Yeah, Mr. President, that's a very good question. The DepEd still follows what is commonly known as the Bongkodin formula, Mr. President. So, for example, this is for MOE. For example, for high schools, for every classroom, 6,000 is allocated. For every teacher, 8,000 is allocated. For every learner, 400 pesos is allocated, Mr. President.
Ilang pesos daw?
So for example, 6,000 times the number of classrooms, and then 8,000 times the number of teachers, and then 400 pesos times the number of learners, Mr. President. So that's the traditional formula that DepEd is still practicing right now.
And should the 5.3 million be proven to be small, then we have to add. The DepEd will add when they prepare the budget.
But Mr. President, based on the information that we received, the 5.3 covers PS and MOE. So the MOE follows a specific formula that I mentioned. The PS is related to how many teachers in non-teaching. What's missing here is the capital outlay, Mr. President. So depending on if legislators or DepEd itself will allocate capital outlay, the 5.3 can increase. But based on this information, for many years they haven't allocated capital outlay, Mr. President.
Yes, because if there is no problem with the classroom to students ratio,
Yeah, Mayor.
so I think.
Well, normally, Mr. President, the wear and tear is also an issue, but really depends on the situation on the ground, Mr. President.
Anyway, may lump sum naman po yata si DepEd on repairs.
They have
and maintenance of
I
class.
think it's about 5 billion next year.
So with that, Mr. President, we just took time asking questions on this measure because if the questions are already applicable to the next measure, we have saved time, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for the patience of our sponsor, and we interpose no objection, Mr. President, to this particular bill, Mr. President.
Thank you to the good minority leader. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Mr.
much,
President,
Mr.
there being no member wishes to interpolate or ask further questions, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
No amendments, Mr. President.
Therefore, I move to close the period of individual and committee amendments.
There
So
being no
moved, Mr. President.
objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 7315. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7315.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture... Pare, pwede tayo dire-diretso. Sherwin?
Same concept. Yeah.
Move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8399 under Committee Report number
We're not going to
157.
approve it on second reading?
Mr. President, we just approved on second reading House Bill 7315.
Oh, okay. Did we suspend consideration? Wala pa yan.
I did.
Suspend.
Hindi pa ba? I did not.
Just
Mr.
to
President,
be
I
sure.
move that we suspend consideration of
Yeah,
House Bill 7315.
Consideration suspended.
I suspended.
Consent.
I move. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mr.
maybe it's my
President,
fault. I was not listening, but
no problem, Mr. President. We are all
No,
Tired.
amendment.
been working early this morning. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8399 under Committee Report number 157. This pertains to the bill on Sacbulan National High School in San Pablo, Zamboanga del Sur. I so move, Mr.
there being no
President.
objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellation.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no member wishes to interpellate. I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
No,
There being no
amendment.
objection, motion approved.
No amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, there being no amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments. I
There
so
being no
move, Mr.
objection,
President.
motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8399. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8399.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8701 under Committee Report number 158. This pertains to the bill on Progressive Senior High School in Bacoor, Cavite. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President,
This
I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So
There
move,
being
Mr.
no
President.
objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President, with the permission of our sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, this is now House bill. This time it is not the separation of an annex into an independent national high school, but this is the establishment of a senior high school in Progressive Village 3, Barangay Bayanan, Bacoor City, Cavite, to be known as the Progressive Senior High School and appropriating funds therefore. So, are there criteria also for the establishment of a senior high school, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, it also follows DO 40, series of 2014, Mr. President.
So the same department order, Mr. President, series of 2014?
2014, Mr. President.
And
yes.
is this particular school compliant with the said department order, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. The same during the October 9 public hearing, 2023, both the school division superintendent and the regional director confirmed the compliance of all these schools with their respective requirements under DO 40 series of 2014.
Mr. President, I just want to be clear and to understand the bill that this is just the establishment of a senior high school, Mr. President. So, 2 grade levels lang pa ito?
Yes, Mr. President.
This would be, ano ba, ngayon, grades?
Grade 11 and 12.
11 and 12. While, can we contrast this with what we discussed earlier, Mr. President, yung independent national high school which we created in an earlier House bill? So, for that independent national high school, ilang grade levels po yun?
For the independent national high school,
earlier, yes.
6, Mr. President. 4 in junior high school
6.
and 2 in senior high school.
Okay, so does the department order allow, Mr. President, the separation of the high school levels, Mr. President?
You mean the creation of a high school, Mr.
Yes,
President?
does the department order, which we say that we are compliant with, allow the separation of senior high school grade levels from, how do you call the grade 7, 8, 9, 10, Mr. President?
Junior high school.
Junior high school, yes. Kasi in the earlier House bills we discussed, that was one whole high school which we created. Now we are establishing just a senior high school. So what happens to the junior high school levels, Mr. President?
Yeah. Mr. President, from our interview with the division school superintendent, the junior high school will be serviced by another school, Bacoor National High School, Mr. President. So this National High School, okay. This high school is already servicing the junior high. There's already a junior high school there in that specific location, and the junior high school students will now be attending that school.
Does Bacoor National High School have senior high school levels?
Yeah. No, Mr. President. It's only junior high school, Mr. President. And Mr. President, the current enrollment of Bacoor National High School is 7,293, Mr. President. So what happened here, because of the sheer number of students enrolled in this national high school, they established a senior high school to expand this national high school, but in a different location, Mr. President.
So we're expecting the progressive senior high school to accommodate the graduates, the grade 10 graduates of the Bacoor National High School.
Correct, Mr. President.
So just to be very clear, Mr. President, Bacoor National High School does not give us the name, does not give us the complete picture. It's just a junior high school, actually.
Yes, Mr. President. I believe, Mr. President, during the 10-year system, the high school normally only has 4 years. And then when we converted to K to 12, a lot of cities put up independent senior high schools because the current high school is already quite big. So that to accommodate the new additional school levels, which is senior high school, a lot of the cities put up senior high school campuses, Mr. President. In the case of Valenzuela, we also have the same.
So, Mr. President, so how many schools do we call still as high school, although they're technically providing only junior high school, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, I don't have the figure right now, Mr. President. We can ask DepEd to furnish us with that information.
That became I became curious about that, Mr. President, because in the measure that we are discussing, we are very specific. Eh?
I get your point, Mr. President.
Progressive senior high school. So meaning to say, we have a lot of schools which we still call high schools, although they are actually incomplete high school, Mr. President.
I think, Mr. President, this Bacoor National High School is a very old school, and it used to have just high school, meaning the traditional first year to fourth year. And my suspicion is they did not change their brand anymore to Bacoor Junior High School anymore. But you're absolutely correct that to reflect the actual enrollment in that school, they should rename themselves to Bacoor Junior High School.
Is this school, Mr. President, an existing one created by the LGU of the city of Bacoor?
Yes, Mr. President, it's existing but not created by the LGU.
Okay.
It's created administratively, Mr. President.
So under the department order.
Under the department order, Mr. President.
Mr. President, doesn't the department order mention only the creation of a school with grade 7 to 10, Mr. President? Because this one is for grades 11 to 12, Mr. President.
Actually, Mr. President, in their there's another DO. Yeah. Mr. President, after the K-12 law, the DepEd issued DO 51, series of 2015. And this is on the establishment of standalone senior high school, Mr. President. Because during that time, if you look at the timetable, 2013 was the implementation of the K-12 law. And a lot of our existing high schools can only cater to 4 years, the traditional 4-year high school system, Mr. President. So the DepEd released this new department order to come up with guidelines for LGUs as well as DepEd themselves in the establishment of independent senior high schools.
So we have so apparently, Mr. President, this existing school that we are establishing as a senior high school was created under a different department order, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, so iba po. How old is this school, Mr. President? That we want to establish as a senior high school?
2016, Mr. President.
Now I want to ask about the name, Mr. President, because, for example, in the two House bills that we just recently approved, Mr. President, establishing the or separating annexes to independent national high schools. The name being given to them are the barangays that where they're located, Mr. President. So, are there rules when it comes to naming public schools, Mr. President?
Yeah, but there are rules in naming. Wala, no?
Ano pa?
Mr. President, I don't know of any rule on naming a school. In fact, traditionally, schools are named after the barangay in which it's located at, or in most cases, the school is named after a local known person or a local, local hero or someone who's famous in that location, Mr. President. But there's no this is naming and renaming of schools. Okay. Mr. President, I was just advised by my staff in there's a DO 29/2011 issued by DepEd on the revised guidelines on naming and renaming of schools, Mr. President.
DO. Are we compliant, Mr. President?
It's a very good question, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm reading the DO right now.
So that our colleagues will be able to follow the line of questioning, Mr. President, let me just explain. Because the senior high school that we want to establish in this measure shall be known as progressive senior high school. That word progressive is actually the name of a village. So that's because it is located in Progressive Village 3, Mr. President. So I think it's also important to know whether Progressive Village 3 is a privately owned subdivision, Mr. President, housing project, Mr. President.
I would assume, Mr. President, it's there's such a thing as an open village, Mr. President. No, it's a village, but people can go in and out. We have the same configuration in Valenzuela, Mr. President. And looking at the dates when these schools were established, for example, Progressive Senior High School established in 2016. Again, I would assume that they named the school Progressive Senior High School because it's already there in that location. People know that location very well, and it will be very easy for students and the parents to remember the name of the school because it's located in that area, Mr. President.
Okay. But if there's a department order governing the naming of public schools, Mr. President, can we say for the record whether we are compliant?
Mr. President, to be honest about it, we did not discuss that during the public hearing, Mr. President, because we assume that since the school has been operating for 7 years, it's already known in that area, Mr. President.
Anyway, Mr. President, we know how thorough our sponsor is, Mr. President. So I'm sure he will not recommend a bill which is not compliant with the department orders and the other rules, Mr. President. But just a word of caution, Mr. President. When I looked at the title of the bill, I really thought we were inventing a new kind of school, a new kind of high school, the progressive way, Mr. President. And unfortunately, it's just a name of the village. So if the sponsor can entertain, the usual way of naming schools. We can name it after the barangay, Mr. President, if possible. I don't know, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, in the beginning, I thought it was a new system, but when we investigated it during the committee, we found out that it's the location of the school, the current location of the school. And well, Mr. President, I would prefer to retain the name because it's already famous in that area. People know that school already. For example, it's been operating for the last 7-8 years, and I think the brand is well established in that area, Mr. President. But we will seek the guidance of DepEd as to the compliance to the department order on naming and renaming school, Mr. President.
I've been informed there are more than 20 progressive villages. So since we are now naming this one, so the others will be deprived of naming their school progressive something kasi nagamit na po sa isang progressive village.
I would assume, Mr. President, when they put up a new progressive school, they'll probably put progressive 3, progressive 4. I think later on they'll probably add numbers when they decide to put up other progressive schools. I think that's how we see the other renaming of schools, Mr. President.
I will defer to the good judgment of our sponsor, Mr. President, who is the chairman of our EDCOM 2 panel also, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the patience of our sponsor.
Thank you to the good minority leader, and thank you for his interventions.
Imagine if the barangay minority leader was named Magnificent. Barangay Magnificent. It would have been the Magnificent Senior High School. Yes, please proceed, Majority.
I will no longer give my views, Mr. President. I have other things in mind, Mr. President. Mr. President, there being no member who wishes to interpolate and ask any questions, I move to close the period of interpellations and debate. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, motion is approved.
No amendments, Mr. President.
Mr. President, there being no committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8701. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 8701 is approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8701.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8702 under Committee Report number 159. This pertains to the bill on progressive elementary school in Bacoor, Cavite. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the bill is that we have sponsored the measure, and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Win Gatchalian, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
There being no objection, motion is approved. The good sponsor is recognized to interpolate our minority floor leader.
With the permission of our sponsor, just very briefly, Mr. President, I think this is related to the earlier measure we also discussed, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Do the graduates of this school proceed to the Bacoor National High School for
Yes,
grade,
Mr.
for grade
President.
7 to 10?
Yes, Mr. President. We were advised by the superintendent that that's the school that they end up going to after elementary school.
And then this existing school right now, Progressive 15, Barangay Molino 2, City of Bacoor, which we want to establish as the Progressive Elementary School. How many years has this been in existence, and under what legal basis was this created, Mr. President?
This was created in 2010, Mr. President.
Under
operating
under what department order, Mr. President?
2014 lang. 2014 lang. 1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Bakit ibaba?
basis for the establishment of the Progressive Elementary School. It was established during 2010, and the legal basis at that time was a resolution from the Sangguniang Barangay dated 15/29, requesting Governor Ayong Maliksi through Mayor Strike Revilla for the construction of the first elementary school in Molino 2, Bacoor, Cavite, Mr. President. So, and we inquired from DepEd directly during that time. There was no specific department order at that time to establish elementary schools, Mr. President. So, what transpired during that time was there was a barangay resolution, and that barangay resolution became the basis for the LGU to put up that school, and then for DepEd to fund that school in terms of operations, Mr. President, during 2010, Mr.
The
President.
DepEd must have entered into a MOA.
Correct, Mr. President.
With the LGU, Mr. President.
Yeah, absolutely correct. In fact, that is the exact reply by DepEd. During that time, the mode of engagement is the LGU will build the school, they'll enter into a MOA with DepEd, and then DepEd funds that school in terms of MOE and PS.
So thank you for that reply, Mr. President. So again, I have some reservations with the name, but of course, since this is an even older school bringing that name, Mr. President, so I already anticipate the response of our sponsor. So
Thank you, Mr. President.
So with that, Mr. President, I have been sufficiently clarified, and I will terminate my interpellation, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you to the good minority leader, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
dear colleague. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. With that, and there being no member who wishes to interpellate and ask any questions, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, we'd like to find out if
No amendments.
there being no committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8702. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 8702 is approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8702.
Consideration of the measure is suspended.
Mr. President, may I, with the permission of the sponsor, may I be allowed to be sponsor of the 4 bills that we just passed on second reading?
There being no, yes, I believe he's okay with it, and therefore.
Yes, Mr. President. Sorry.
Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President?
suspended.
We resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2449 under Committee Report number 137. This is the bill on the organizational reforms in the Philippine National Police. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are still in the period of interpellation, and with the consent of the body, I move to resume the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the sponsor of the bill, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Do you recognize the sponsor, Senator De La Rosa, and to interpolate the minority floor leader?
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, Mr. President, if we can ask clarificatory questions, because Actually, Mr. President, this is not really a controversial bill, but it involves such a critical organization, Mr. President, on the survival of our nation, Mr. President. So I think we should really be discussing any bill which affects our Philippine National Police, Mr. President. So with that, Mr. President, with the permission of our sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President, Minority Leader.
On styling, Mr. President, I've noticed that the bill proposes the deletion of the phrase subject to the confirmation of the Commission on Appointments because
Yes.
on certain appointees, kasi alam naman natin hindi siya required.
Yes, Mr. President.
May I also suggest that the mention of the Organic Act for the Autonomous Region of the Cordilleras be also be deleted, Mr. President, because there is no such law, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. Okay. We can do that.
That's on page 2, lines 20 to 21, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are providing for organizational reforms in the PNP in this measure. But in the last interpellation of the sponsor by Senator Tolentino, there was an information volunteered by our sponsor that the reforms contained in the measure we are discussing in this bill have already been implemented, Mr. President, because they have been authorized by the NAPOLCOM. Is my recollection or is my summary accurate, Mr. President?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. President, Your Honor. That's correct.
So in effect, hindi naman sa pinapahabol natin yung batas sa what is actually now the structure of the PNP, because there must have been a legal basis for the PNP to adopt these structural or organizational changes, even in the absence of a law authorizing them, Mr. President. So if can we be informed what would be that legal basis, Mr. President, relied upon by the PNP in already implementing organizational changes even in the absence of a law, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, according to Section 13 of RA 8551, Section 13, authority of the Commission to reorganize the PNP, notwithstanding the provisions of Republic Act number 6975 on the organizational structure and rank classification of the PNP, the Commission shall conduct a management audit and prepare and submit to Congress a proposed reorganization plan of the PNP not later than December 31, 1998, subject to the limitations provided under this Act and based on the following criteria: increased police visibility through letter A, increased police visibility through dispersal of personnel from headquarters to the field offices and by the appointment and assignment of non-uniform personnel to positions which are purely administrative, technical, clerical, or menial in nature, and other positions which are not actually and directly related to police operations. And letter B, efficient and optimized delivery of police services to the communities. The PNP reorganization program shall be approved by Congress through a joint resolution. So, what happened, Mr. President, in compliance to this to this particular provision, Section 13 of RA 8551, otherwise known as the PNP Reform and Reorganization Act, there has been a number of resolutions, joint resolutions filed in both houses of Congress. But there was no approval, unfortunately, Mr. President. During the 13th Congress, 14th Congress, 15th Congress, 16th Congress, and 19th Congress. So what happened, in order for the PNP to meet the requirements or in order for the PNP to be effective in carrying out its mandate, Mr. President, ay gumawa sila ng mga bagong national support units. Just like the PNP Anti-Kidnapping Group, which is in charge of kidnapping, the PNP Drug Enforcement Group, because of the drug problem in the Philippines, the Integrity Monitoring and Enforcement Group. This group is in charge of counter intelligence and operations against Iskalawag PNP personnel, Mr. President. So, yun po nangyari, Mr. President. All these creations of PNP units were solely based on NAPOLCOM resolutions, Mr. President. And that NAPOLCOM resolution was anchored upon Section 13 of RA 551. So, that's the history, Mr. President, why we are going to historical background, why we are going to, why are we proposing this particular measure that we are undertaking right now, Mr. President.
Thank you for the response of our sponsor. But, Mr. President, is it a fact that the PNP is structured already today, the way that the bill structures the PNP?
Yes, Mr. President.
More or less.
More or less, Mr. President. Yeah. As part of the structural, the organizational structure is concerned, it is already being implemented, but we are still proposing it right now.
So, meaning to say, meron ng command group din ngayon?
Meron na, Mr. President.
Meron na rin yung support units na nabanggit po natin.
Yes, Mr. President, including the area police commands.
Meron na rin
They are already
yung
established.
5 area police commands. Meron na rin pong, aside from the support unit, sir, meron pang tawag doon, directorates ba? Is that the
Directorial
directorates?
staff, Mr. President.
Directorial staff. So, all of these are being observed now, Mr.
Yes,
President.
they have been performing and operating, Mr. President.
But I'm looking at Section 13, Mr. President, of RA, the RA mentioned by our sponsor, Mr. President. 8551. Medyo paulit-ulit po yung idea rito that the proposed reorganization plan of the PNP must be submitted to Congress and must be approved by Congress to a joint resolution. And we are admitting that this was never secured, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President. For almost all Congresses, every Congress, there was a proposed joint resolution but never acted upon by the Congress. So
what gave the what the PNP just proceeded because of the NAPOLCOM resolution. So do you have a consultant there or a resource person from the NAPOLCOM, Mr. President? How come, may we ask the NAPOLCOM, how come they never cautioned why they did not restrain themselves, Mr. President, from issuing the resolutions knowing that they are supposed to propose it to Congress and secure the approval of Congress, Mr. President?
Mr. President, ganito po yung ginawa nilang justification, Mr. President. Because, in short, as I've said, in order to meet the demands of the times, Mr. President, they have to create these new units. So, ang ginawang basis nila, Mr. President, is that nakalagay dito sa Section 35 of RA 6975. The PNP shall be supported by administrative and operational support units. The administrative support units shall consist of the crime laboratory, logistic unit, communications unit, computer center, finance center, and civil security unit. The operational support unit shall be composed of the Maritime Police Unit, Police Intelligence Unit, Police Security Unit, Criminal Investigation Unit, Special Action Force, Narcotics Units, Aviation Security Unit, Traffic Management Unit, and the Medical and Dental Centers of the Civil Relations Unit. To enhance police operational efficiency and effectiveness, the Chief of the PNP may constitute such other support units as may be necessary subject to the approval of the Commission, provided that no support unit headed by a Chief Superintendent or higher rank can be created unless provided by law. So what happened, Mr. President, was the NAPOLCOM became so creative. Yes, they have their this legal basis in constituting a new unit, provided only under it has to be under a director whose rank is senior superintendent. But later on, they made it into chief superintendent because in every General Appropriations Act, Mr. President, like for example, the GAA of 2023, it states that Section 92 of General Appropriations Act of 2023, organizational structure and staffing pattern changes, notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary and within the limits of the appropriations authorized in this act, the President of the Philippines is authorized to create new offices and modify the existing organizational structure of the agencies in the executive branch, as well as create new positions or modify existing ones whenever public interest so requires. So the DBM may approve minor changes in the organizational structure and staffing pattern of agencies and create positions up to a division chief and equivalent level under the executive branch. It may likewise determine the organizational structure and provide positions in the organizational units of the agencies or offices created or reorganized pursuant to law. So ito yung ginamit na basis ng NAPOLCOM and PNP para i-adjust yung rango ng director ng newly created national support units from senior superintendent or full colonel to police brigadier general, Mr. President. Because this the GAA authorizes the president to adjust, create new offices and adjust positions, modify existing ones.
So when it came to the PNP, it was the President's acts made through the NAPOLCOM? Is that the theory, Mr. President?
That's the theory, Mr. President.
Is the President a member of the NAPOLCOM?
No, Mr. President, but the chairman of the NAPOLCOM is the Secretary of Interior and Local Government, who, in effect, is the alter ego of the President, Mr. President.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. President. He's the alter ego of the President. So, okay, for as long as what doctrine are we relying on, Mr. President, when we say that the cabinet secretary is the alter ego of the President?
Doctrine of qualified political agency, Mr. President.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Pinaparecite lang po kayo. Pinaparecite ko lang po kayo sa law school, Mr. President. Ano po linalaman ng qualified political agency doctrine, Mr. President?
It means, Mr. President, that the acts of the Secretary are deemed to be the acts of the President unless prohibited by the President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will Actually, if we were in law school and I was the professor, I would have given you a 10 out of 10, Mr. President. Perfect.
Actually, Mr. President, I am an MA. MA, not for Master of Arts, but murag abogado, Mr. President.
I think your experience already qualifies you, actually, Mr. President, to be more
Thank you
more
for
than
that
a lawyer,
statement.
Mr. President.
Thank you
Mr.
for that
President, can we go to the bill, Mr. President? Page 1, lines 4 to 11. Deletion po yun ng mga sentences in the existing law. What is our purpose, Mr. President?
Can the good minority leader repeat the question, Mr.
Page
President?
1, sir, of the bill, look at na lines 4 to 11.
4 to 11.
Yes, we are deleting the parang for first sentence of section 25 of RA 6975. May we know the reason?
Because we delete these lines, Mr. President, because we stated the same. We transfer it in line number 5, 4 to 12, Mr. President. On page 2.
Page 2.
Yes, Mr. President.
But the proviso that in no case shall any officer who has retired or is retirable within 6 months from his compulsory retirement age be appointed as chief of the PNP. So we have completely deleted that, Mr. President. We are not restating it anywhere in the bill, Mr. President.
No, Mr. President.
So i-abandon na natin yung rule na yan, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, what would be the difference between a police office and a police station, Mr. President?
A police office, Mr. President, is bigger than a police station. We have, if we want to compare the territorial units of the Philippine National Police, Mr. President, we call it Police Regional Office at the regional level. Down the line, we call it Police Provincial Office at the provincial level. Down the line, we call it Bansalan Municipal Police Station or Marawi City Police Station. So police station are really just like the cutting edge unit of the PNP, Mr. President. Sila talaga yung nagkikater ng day-to-day delivery of the basic police services to the community. Ito mga police station. Yung kayong mga offices are more on supervisory offices, Mr. President.
Supervisory if you are an office.
Yes, Mr. President.
Compared to the station, Mr. President.
Yes.
Sige po, kasi napansin ko lang po when I think we're creating for cities, we will be calling them city police office. That's in our bill.
That's for highly urbanized cities, Mr. President. It's called office because it is somewhat like the same level with the provincial police office. But for other, we call it city police stations for small cities.
Component cities, yes.
Component cities,
Yes,
Mr. President.
Mr. President, Section 2 of our bill introduces a new Section 25-A, PNP Directorial Staff. If I'm not mistaken, hanggang mga 11 po ito, 11 directorates are provided in our bill. Are these 11 directorates already existing as of today?
Yes, Mr. President. They are all existing.
So wala tayong new idea po rito na idadagdag as far as the number of directorates.
There is none, Mr. President.
Okay, but how about the description of their functions, Mr. President? Are we, through this bill, changing some of their functions, Mr. President?
There is none, Mr. President.
We're retaining.
Retain, Mr. President.
Sige po, Mr. President. Thank you for that, Mr. President. We, according to our sponsor, we already have an area police commands, Mr. President, that's introduced in Section 3 of our bill, a new Section 25-B of RA 6975. We have the Northern Luzon Area Police Command, Southern Luzon Area Police Command, Visayas Area Police Command, Eastern Mindanao Area Police Command, and Western Mindanao Area Police Command. How did we divide the police commands, Mr. President?
This, they are divided geographically, Mr. President, by contiguous area of responsibility, Mr. President. We have one for Northern Luzon, one for Southern Luzon, one for Visayas, and one for Eastern Mindanao, and one for Western Mindanao. So, for Mindanao, Mr. President, if you have observed, Luzon, North and South, Northern Luzon, Southern Luzon. But for Mindanao, we divide, it is divided according to East and West. Because the reason behind, Mr. President, is when you say Eastern Mindanao, that it is a threat-based classification, Mr. President. Eastern Mindanao, the most dominant threat there is insurgency. And when you say Western Mindanao, the most dominant threat there is extremism or terrorist extremist, Mr. President.
So, did we follow? Does the military also have 5 area commands? Mr.
Actually, we are following the military model, Mr.
That's
President.
what I suspected, Mr. President. Did we follow it exactly, Mr. President? How the military divides the...
Exactly, Mr. President, for coordination purposes and synchronization purposes, Mr. President, so that we can have one-is-to-one coordination between police and military as far as area commands is concerned.
So yung ating new Section 25B is about the area police commands, which are already existing as of today. So anything new, Mr. President, in our bill from the practice?
Nothing new, Mr. President, as being practiced and implemented as of the moment.
So pati po itong idea that the APC shall orchestrate, supervise, and control the conduct of interregional operations against insurgency, terrorism, and other internal security threats. Existing po ito ngayon. Yan po ang pagkaintindi ng APC as their mandate, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, these are all covered with the Polcom resolutions before the establishment of these units. There is only one new here, Mr. President, is Page 7. This is about for this purpose, the APC shall have operational control over the existing regional mobile force battalions within the respective areas of responsibility, subject to the exercise of the power of delegation of authority of the Chief PNP. Ito lang ang medyo bago, Mr. President, because right now, the regional mobile force battalions are under the operational control of the regional director. But for purposes of this bill, nakita kasi natin na walang tao yung hinahawakan yung area police command, and ang kanyang main mandate is for counterinsurgency. So we deem it proper as proposed by the PNP and NAPOLCOM that the operational control of the regional police mobile force battalions be under the EPCs.
So the
For, administratively and operationally.
so tinanggal sa kamay ng regional office, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
So an area can have more than one region. So ibig sabihin nun, the area police commander can have operational control over more than one regional mobile force battalion?
Yes, Mr. President. Just for example, the Eastern Mindanao Police Area Police Command. It covers regions 10, 11, 12, and Caraga. So it has
Eastern si 12. Siguro. Dili. Siguro. 10. Siguro.
no. Correction. 10, 11, and Caraga. So it covers 3 regions. So in effect, it has now operational and administrative control of 3 regional police mobile force battalions. So these are all removed from the supervision of the regional director.
Regional director.
Now the area police commander are the ones controlling this. The purpose of which is for initial police personnel complement, Mr. President, because later on they will be adding more personnel in the area police office. Initial muna yung battalion.
Gaano ba kalaki yung battalion, sir?
A battalion is composed of at the most from 500, it ranges from 500 to 700 plus, Mr. President.
Malaki-laking ano rin po to. So, malaki-laking, marami-raming personnel na po ito, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
So, what will be left for our regional director, Mr. President?
Well, they will be left with all the police provincial offices in the different provinces, and as far as mobile forces is concerned, they still maintain the provincial mobile forces, mobile force companies, Mr. President. And of course, all the subordinate police stations, they are all under the regional police regional office.
Hands off na po si area police command doon sa the jurisdiction of the regional director, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Yung jurisdiction ni regional director, hindi siya reviewable or under the supervision of the area police command, Mr. President.
Well, this is something unique, Mr. President, because as far as law enforcement is concerned, the relationship is the area police commander is going to support the police regional offices. But as far as internal security operation, it is the primary function of the area police office, area police commands, APCs.
So as I understand it now, ang primary jurisdiction ng APC would be insurgency, terrorism, and other internal security threats.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, since this is already existing in the police manual or organizational structure, itong words na to, may we know the extent of the phrase other internal security threats?
Other emerging forms of terrorism, Mr. President?
Okay, so more or less related doon, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr.
Dun
President.
sa concept of terrorism. How about this sentence, Mr. President, this last sentence of paragraph 1 of the new section 25B? Finally, the APC shall support the police regional offices in the conduct of interregional anti-criminality operations and investigation. Ano pong manifestation po nito, ang support?
Well, the support would come in the form of coordination, Mr. President, because sometimes criminal groups are operating not only in one region, it is sometimes they cross other regions. So in that issue, the area police command can effectively support the police regional offices because with the criminal group transfers to another region, it is also still covered by the area police commands. So more on coordination, Mr. President, ang support ng area police command to the regional police office.
But the phrase we use here is anti-criminality operations, Mr. President. So pwedeng tugisin. Abulin ang area police
Yes,
command.
yes.
For as long as nasa sa area pa niya,
Yes, Mr.
if it's
President.
a hot pursuit, pwede siya.
Yes, Mr.
The
President.
area command can
Yes, Mr. President.
can go after the
Criminals.
the criminals, Mr. President. Which kung wala ito, meaning to say the regional office cannot do once it's already outside its region, Mr. President.
Well, basically, this still can do, Mr. President, but for purposes of clarity, it is stated in this provision. Because if we do not state this, we have stated their function as far as insurgency is concerned and other security threats, baka mamaya doon na lang sila makafocus. At hindi na sila, sabihin nila, wala man sa batas yan, susuporta kami sa inyo as far as law enforcement is concerned. So dapat lagyan pa rin natin because at the end of the day, they are still policemen, Mr. President.
Actually, ito yung sentence na binalik sila sa pagka-police, Mr. President. The normal concept of the police, Mr. President, which
Yes,
is
Mr.
anti-criminality, Mr. President.
Anti-criminality.
Yes, sir. So that's how we read it, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, a minute suspension, Mr. President. Mr. President, a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Well, upon agreement with the sponsor, Mr. President, I'm requesting him if I can suspend my interpellation and resume tomorrow. Should the majority leader schedule this tomorrow, Mr. President, we will be ready, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, dear
So if we
Minority
can
Floor
suspend.
Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2449 under Committee Report number 137. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed with the privileged speech and recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros to deliver her speech. So
Our
move, Mr.
distinguished
President.
colleague, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized as Deputy Minority Floor Leader.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Mr. President, dear colleagues, magandang gabi po sa inyo. 3 months ago, before this august chamber, I stood before you to expose the alarming practices of Socorro Bayanihan Services Incorporated. In an isolated community in Barangay Kapihan, Municipality of Socorro, children were being forced into marriage, young girls were being sexually abused, and other atrocities were visited upon hapless members by a person they believed to be the incarnation of Jesus Christ. Sa mismong Senado ding ito, inaresto sina Senyor Aguila at ang iba pa niyang kasama. Salamat sa maagap na tugon ng Department of Justice at patuloy nating pinagdarasal ang ganap na katarungan para sa mga biktima. Ngunit, hindi po tayo titigil hanggang may batang nasa peligro. Hindi tayo titigil hanggang may mga Diyos-Diyosan na naghahasik ng lagim sa mga kababaihan at kabataan. At kung paano ang maagap na tugon natin at ng buong gobyerno sa mga biktima na Senyor Aguila, sana ay ganyan din ang pagtugon sa mga biktima ng lider na ibabahagi ko ngayon. Sana mabilis din ang ating pagtugon sa mga biktima ni Apollo Kibuloy. Mr. President, matapos po ang investigasyon sa Socorro, ako po ay nilapitan ng ilang mga biktima para magbunyag ng kanilang mga kwento. At gaya ng mga kwento ng mga biktima ni Senyor Aguila, gaya nila Chloe at Renz, nakakapangilabot ang kanilang mga kwento. Front and center of these narratives are the systemic sexual abuse of women and children in the hands of this man that they call pastor. And no, these are not crimes of the past for which we are holding Apollo Kibuloy to account. This is an ongoing offense. Patuloy na nangyayari. The abuse of women and children is taking place as we speak under the auspices of the kingdom of Jesus Christ. Habang ating isa-celebrate ang kapanganakan ng sanggol na si Jesus, mayroong mga batang sinasaktan sa ngalan ng kingdom of Jesus Christ. Ang aking opisina po ay kumausap mismo sa mga naging biktima ni Kibuloy. Nakausap ng opisina ko si Elias Jackson, 15 years old, noong na-recruit siya kasama ang kanyang pamilya. Naging isa siya sa mga bata na nakikita natin sa pang-araw-araw na umiikot sa ating lansangan, namamalimos gamit ang letter na kunwari ay solicitation para sa kanilang organization o di kaya tulong para sa pagpapaaral. Hindi natin alam, may malagim pala na sinasapit yung mga batang di masyadong nakakadilihensya ng malaki sa paglilimos. Sila po ay pinapalo, 20 lashes, 50 lashes, 100 lashes. May isa pang nagkwento, pinapaddle din daw. I am in possession of testimonies to that effect. Mayroon din pong isa, menor de edad din, pagkatapos lang na makipag-date kasama ng isang babae na natural na ginagawa ng mga teenager, sinabihang iuuntog paulit-ulit ang ulo sa pader hanggang dumugo. Pagkatapos ay kinulong sa Bartolina. Yes, Mr. President, dati po itong miyembro na hindi na nasikmura ang pang-aabuso sa kanya at iba pang menor de edad. Hanggang ngayon, bakas pa sa katawan ng survivor ang mga marka ng pang-aabuso na yon. Nung umalis siya sa poder ni Kibuloy, nakabalik siya sa pag-aaral at ngayon ay may sarili ng pamilya. Ngunit habang buhay daw niya, bit-bit ang alaala ng panahong iyon. He was just a child, Mr. President. They were all just children. Mr. President, madami pa po kaming nakausap na naging dahilan kung bakit naging buo ang desisyon ko na isalang itong isyung ito sa ating Kamara. My office is in possession of an affidavit detailing the sexual abuse inflicted by Quiboloy himself on a minor. My office is in direct contact with a woman who, while not a minor when the sexual abuse happened, lives with the trauma it has brought and continues to fear for her safety. May nakausap din ang aking opisina na mga preacher na naglahad ng iba pang mga krimen ni Quiboloy, paano siya yumaman at paano niya tinatago ang kanyang yaman. These patterns and practices are persisting as we speak and sustaining his other criminal activities. Hindi lang po sa Pilipinas ang mga krimeng ito, kundi sa iba't ibang bahagi ng mundo. The international breadth of Apollo Quiboloy's criminal activities is truly astounding. Let us end this outrage, Mr. President. Let us save those children. Let us hold space for the victims who cower in silence and live in fear, and hope that they find their voice and their power. Salamat po. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you, my distinguished colleague. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Risa Ontiveros and to the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. I may admin matters tayo. Yung bycam ni Tita Cynthia. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President. With the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2432 and House Bill number 9284, entitled Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act. I so move, Mr. President.
The following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2432 and House Bill number 9284. They are Senator Cynthia Villar's chairperson, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, and Senator Risa Ontiveros. For the Bicam.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to transfer the secondary referral of the following bills. Senate Bill number 2498, this is the Philippine National Nuclear Energy Safety Act, and Senate Bill number 1194, Philippine Nuclear Regulation Act of 2022, from the Committee on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation to the Committee on Energy, while maintaining the referrals to the Committees on Ways and Means and Finance. The primary referral to the Committee on Science and Technology is likewise maintained. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objections to the motion, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, December 12, 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. But just a reminder, tomorrow that we have our Senators' Christmas dinner. And also, of course, on Wednesday is our all Senators and Secretariat, staff, etc., Christmas party. Therefore,
Everyone's
there being
waiting for, Mr. President.
Yes, I'm sorry?
Everyone's excited. And,
For the announcement.
Waiting for that,
The raffle. There being no objection, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, December 12, 2023.
Thank you,
Have a
Mr.
good
President.
evening, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.